Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we begin? What started last session? And I'm going to be a little bit more withdrawn from this because I have sort of a maximum number of words I can speak.
I
We were entering the labs to clean up, and so we were going into the Fey lab.
Yep. So we were on the ship. We headed into the Fey Lab, and what was in the Fey Lab? What was going on in there?
friends were there. They were nice at the beginning. We went up an elevator and ran into I forget what they were called, but a couple creatures that seemed relatively helpful at the moment. Um,
There was like a harpy and a bunch of plant guys.
mhm. And the harpy was chatting with us, and he carried um, was it Billy, I think,
Yeah.
over to that tower machine thing, and the rest of us tried to go through the gate.
Okay.
Um, and then I believe Griffle opened a door,
Caused all the chaos.
caused all the chaos, and we had to fight a plant monster.
Which we weren't doing significantly well at, but Philly kept messing with the machine. Philly, what were you doing over there?
Honestly, I don't know. But the machine had some sort of loose light sentience. And sorry. And basically was like, hey, I'm broken, like something's wrong, that type of thing. And I was attempting to uh turn it off, I guess, which I succeeded at.
Yeah, and then once
I
it
also
turned off, everything kind of went differently. When we hit or did damage to the plant guys, they kind of like vanished. Basically, we think the machine was what was keeping them in our plane, and then they started to disappear. Once they realized they could disappear by getting hit, they basically just let us hit them.
Hmm.
And then I think it was only the plant that we had to deal with, but we basically, I think, called combat at that point.
Right. You guys had pretty much beaten the plant, although it still had some hit points left. So without all the other allies and the other things there, it was not going to be a difficult fight. There's a tragedy playing out in my background.
Poor buddy.
So, um, yeah, so you turned off the dimensional anchor, were able to get access to the lab itself. I guess I can pull the lab back up. We can go over there for recap purposes. Um, and then you guys spent some time exploring the lab and looking at things. And what else in the Fey lab got your attention for that day and over the course of the next day that you guys had to rest, recuperate, and study things?
Um, so we figured out that like the researchers were probably using these cages to like teleport in Fey creatures and then keep them for research. Um, seemed pretty effed up. And then we also found the skeleton of this guy who we did a speak with dead on. And he seemed like, I think we weren't sure exactly what he was, but he was like a big skeleton, but like thin. So maybe a ladrin, something like that. Or
You
like a
guys had
bigger.
you guys had to
Yeah,
take him off the ship because the
we
ship wouldn't
did.
let you speak with dead.
Yeah, this ship has like a divination block. And so we had to take him off the ship.
Correct. So you got far enough away from the ship that you were able to do the divination. And the divination, you guys only got one question. And what was that question?
We asked, what's the most important thing that happened in your life? After much debate.
And what was the answer?
It said when I was chosen by my lord to call the wild hunt.
Which, of course, answered all of the questions you all had,
Mhm.
clarified everything, tied a
Yep.
little bow on it all.
Mhm.
You were able to proceed to the next adventure.
Yes.
At some point too, we were checking out these pools of liquid.
Mhm.
But I forget the details around those. They didn't seem overly important.
It's Quicksilver.
It was silver, yeah. Which is like a fey deterrent.
Correct.
Got it.
I think you guys attempted to speak with Dead on the judge too, and it failed.
Yeah, he had like a
Was
it-
ward
yeah.
against it.
Was it? Yeah. So like, was it a word or was it that somebody had used it on him before? I couldn't remember.
Yes.
I think it had to have been a ward because
I think
we
the
yelled
idea
at
is potentially that the judge is not alive technically, and like what Gary just said, yes, is like they used it on his alive dead body, and it stopped you from doing it in the future.
So the judge is definitely before he killed him, he was alive. The answer is that Sill's character has heard rumors that the judges, as part of their sort of initiation to being a full judge, are killed and brought back to life.
Oh, right.
And when they are killed, divinations and other magics are put on their body to basically use up the power of the divination and the power of the other things that can affect a corpse, so that when they are brought back, that they are then immune to it or very resistant to those sorts of things for either permanently or a significant amount of time. He did not have enough. It doesn't know. The rumors differ.
I was sort of right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So didn't get much information from the judge. And then had anything before you guys had your extended rest and had to make some checks.
I don't think so.
Okay. So I'm going to be typing up something just so you guys have it here in just a second. But what happened? You guys took an extended rest, and some people got better, some people got worse. What all went down?
So I was healed of abyssal plague thanks to Griffle. Philly got worse. And so we ended up staying on the ship, I think, an extra day. And then I guess the rest was before we teleported.
Correct.
Okay. But then we teleported to the Reach to Emmett's Rest.
Which had some weird things go on with it. The ship complained about something on the end of the teleport, did some adjustments, still managed to teleport. But we're there, and there's some magical rain, so the ship still has a shield up, kind of protecting it.
Correct.
But a magical rain that does not appear to be harming one.
Yeah.
Because she just stuck her hand outside the window.
Yeah. So,
I wonder if the rain could wash off the abyssal plague.
the thing that I want to make clear with the rain and the things is, you guys remember what it visually looked like what the appearance was with the ship?
It was like evaporating into blue fire when it hit the shield.
Yeah, so there's like little blue sparks. But one of the things that I want to make kind of clear is that it's only really noticeable in the sort of dim-ish light of kind of being under a big thundercloud, because of how much there is. So like, if you imagine kind of like being out on the ocean, and it's a bright sunny day, if there's like a blue light in the water, it's really hard to see that blue light because the ocean's blue, the waves are moving, there's lots of reflections and things like that. It wouldn't stand out. However, if there was a 50-foot across, 100-foot long, like panel of blue lights that were all flashing together, or like flashing in rapid succession, you would be able to notice that. Like it would still be difficult to see and like get the edges of and see a lot of detail on, but you'd be able to see it. And that's what's going on with the rain. It's not like a cascade of blue fire. It's these little puffs, these little sparks of bluish, like dark blue light that happens when one of the drops hits the shield. And because the shield is covering such a like a large area and you guys are underneath it, it's much more obvious to you all. Even if you are like outside of the ship, it's much more obvious inside the ship because there's nothing in the way. Like there's nothing blocking your line of sight. So one thing real quick about the things that the beacon is being able to tell you. I would not have normally shared this, but because Griff is not here today and because this is something that could be plot relevant to what's going on, I did share in the Discord the information that the beacon gave Griffle about the Alma's purchase, which is the other ship that that your ship that Superstition's End said was in range. And then she spent some time over the day that you guys had of downtime examining the other ship and its beacon and things like that.
What's the and maybe you don't want to give this information, but the like numbers next to the logs.
The numbers next to the, you mean like the captain's log?
Yeah, where it says like 18.4 or 20.4.
That's the date. So it's the 14th day of the 4th month of the 1385th year. So it's, I guess, sort of like April 14th, 1385 for the first entry.
Yeah.
And it does leave off the year after the first like entry. But the assumption is that it's all 1385.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you guys a second to look over that. Again, this is all stuff that Griffle and I did between sessions.
So I see the Leviathan deterrence is way lower than the maximum. Why does that happen?
So I'm going to basically be as Griffle here. Griffle would let you know that if you were concerned about, like, the deterrence for Leviathans is a deterrence. It's not a shield. Like, it doesn't stop them. It just disincentivizes them. So if you're doing something that is more sensitive, you tend to lower the range that sort of amps up the deterrence. So if you shorten the range, you concentrate the power of the ship to deter things like, for example, if the crew wanted to go swimming or needed to do repairs on the ship or something like that, they needed to actually physically get in the water. Usually you would lower the ship's deterrence to the minimum level to make it to where it pushes everything away from the water, everything away from the ship while the crew is physically in the water.
Okay. So then we could infer that because they have made their deterrence very low, they are concerned about Leviathan.
That they're concerned more about Leviathan approach than they are about using it to navigate, because there are, again, Griffith will let you know, there are things like there are straits, there are places of safe passage through the water, and Leviathans tend to go to those places. So if you're going to pass through a sort of a deeper channel in an area of relatively shallow water, Leviathans are much more likely to kind of wedge themselves in those crevasses and just feed off of things that come through the water. So if you have a ship that wants to do that, you put your deterrence out a long way to sort of annoy the Leviathan as you're approaching. So it's much more likely to vacate so you can go through the pass.
Gotcha.
Any other questions about when you get done reading, or if you're done reading the stuff that I sent in the chat, since it was a big block of text, go ahead and hit 1 in the roll 20. And if you have
Day,
questions, ask.
yeah, I was just gonna say day 18.4 is interesting. So same as us, when we basically tried to figure out what the weather was like, we were told pretty nice. We get here and it's a storm. Their days is the same. Divinations proved insufficient. There's an unknown storm half day north. So this storm has been going on for a little bit, right? That's day 18. So that's 7 days. So that storm, whatever storm this is, has probably been going on a week already.
So the 25.4 is 5 days ago. So
Oh, so over almost 2 weeks then.
yes, so at least 2 weeks.
What is a prime Goliath?
You're not sure.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Day 20, they entered the storm, and basically saying it doesn't seem dangerous as well. So
Well, they talk about what makes it dangerous a little later on.
Mental health. Leviathan activity drastically increased.
yeah, now is that because of the storm or who knows, right?
I feel like they're tied together based on my day of research in the library, but the hunch more than anything.
Oh yeah, and then day 22, it's talking about what Gary mentioned. Beacon's been readjusted to maximum strength and minimum range, and the Leviathans press in close.
Ooh. These are getting a little spicy.
What was the
Oh, go
Gary?
ahead.
Would I recall the effect of Stormhorn Gold?
You do recall it, yeah?
What was it? I'm sorry.
So
Melancholy, a severe that was the right word, right, Gary? Severe case of melancholy.
And then it's like it amps you up a little bit.
correct.
25.4 is interesting. Don't drink the water.
Oh, well, that's what the Stormhorn does, right? It's made out of the grapes that get this rain.
Yeah, but it
So
says
it's
it's
like
having
a
a
drug.
strange impact. It's not saying melancholy or anything, just that it's a strange impact.
Yeah, but on there's a day where they say
The very
the
last
word of
day, he mentions madness and like gusto.
well, and
Wow.
let's see, what is it? Mental, like the mental well-being of the crew, monitoring the mental health of the crew on the 20th. So maybe the Stormhorn Ale like concentrates the effects, but if you just drink the water, it's like a longer timeline.
That would make sense.
Maybe.
That's what like brewing is, right?
Mhm. So they're like sad for a few days and then they're like manic for a few days.
Anyone want to try drinking the rain?
No, thank you. Believed he could kill a 40-foot levy. Well, these events definitely track with the dream that I had where I was on a ship and the beacon failed. I mean, I don't think that it was this ship based on what I'm reading. Because if they're coming from Endeavor, Endeavor was which
Yeah, you
race?
were in the North Sea, right?
Yeah, I
Endeavor's
think
to
so.
the south.
Hmm.
So you have a marker on the map for where this ship is, which is the little
Yes.
pink marker. Your
I
other little
mean,
pink marker is where you believe the other dream took place, or somewhere near there.
yeah, but I wasn't super confident in that.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm almost positive I was an orc. And what's the race of Endeavor? I'm blanking.
Humans.
Humans, yeah. But like like the storm and the behavior of the Leviathan seems to track with my dream.
Is Hardholm near Wormhole?
Hardhome
Uh,
is all the way in the very, very north of the map,
It's the islands.
the island.
Oh, okay. I just hadn't scrolled that far enough. Thanks.
That's okay. I know the map a little better than maybe everyone else, except for Gary.
And that's where the orcs live, or there are a lot of orcs on Hardholm.
so there are a lot of orcs in Hardhome, and are a lot of orcs in Wormhole. They're both orcish primary settlements.
Okay.
Wormhole is basically exclusively orcs. Hardhome is majority orcs.
Gotcha.
So they didn't really make it far in
Now
the past 5 days.
on the map, maybe if you see from the bottom of the map to where Emmett's Rest is,
Hmm.
if you went that much below the map, you'd get to the port that's at the edge of. So the Endeavor sits on a river and a lake. So there's the inner sea, and then there's a river from the inner sea that goes to a big lake with a series of locks, and then down the locks to the ocean. Endeavor sits on that lake, so it's off of the map, but it's not that far off of the map.
Is that river close to where the ship is? Is that the Essos River?
So yes, the river from Emmett's Rest. You don't have anything that shows like on your map or anything that calls that the River Essos, but the pieces that you have from the captain's log and from what Griffel can figure out from using your beacon can tell you that that's what this place is. That's what at least they're calling that river is the River Essos.
Okay, so it's been 9 days since they moved past here.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the numbers and stuff on the map are accurate. So that's the distance.
I imagine that ship normally goes faster than 2 miles a day.
Yes. So this is a caravel. Caravels typically are in the 100, depending on weather, anywhere between the 80 to 120 mile range.
So I imagine the crew is all dead, but there might be Leviathans
Hmm.
close by still.
Morin and one, do you have extra questions about the captain's log or beacon before we move on?
I don't think so. Not right now. I'm reading more about my dream just to remember. But
Gary, can you put that log as a note on roll 20?
I can in a bit.
Okay.
It's annoying to copy paste. It keeps not copy. Oh, I guess I can just fix it in plain text. 1 second.
yeah, so in my dream, I was delivering a message that there were there was a storm on the mainland and winds from the south, and my captain, I was a first mate, and my captain was like very dismissive that there was not a storm to the south. Um,
Was that what
so
he was being dismissive of?
I think so. Wait, okay. Well, my guy said like uh, storm on the mainland, normal wind. And then he said nothing has passed by here this week that says we don't have winds up from the south. Wait, maybe I'm confused. So he did think there were winds. My guy didn't, and the captain did.
So basically, your guy says there's a storm south, the winds are normal, nothing out of the ordinary. And the captain says, well, you're saying that nothing came by us, but there's a storm hitting the mainland. The winds are fine here, and the winds are normal south, but there's this huge storm. That's not normal.
Mm.
So the viewpoint character basically said, this is the weather report, everything's normal. And the captain said, if that's the weather report, very specifically things are not normal.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, I think the formatting is still a little funky, but gives you something to. I'll try to fix it later.
Thanks.
Looks good. Thank you.
So, you guys got this information. You guys teleported here and spent an extra day with trying to recover from things. And Phil is mostly incapacitated with things. There were a couple people that did some things between session. So if you guys want to talk about kind of what you've looked at between session, we could do that. I know specifically Morin and so Morin one and Griffle had a lot of in between session stuff. We've we shared the Griffle stuff, but Morin, if you'd like to go next. So what were you looking at and working on between session that you think you might want to share with the group?
So I was interested in learning more about the elementals that were in the lab. Uh, Halfway under a pretense of figuring out what kind of bindings are binding Al Shaib. And essentially, I think that either the scientists were specifically told you cannot write down anything about this elemental that we have on this ship, or somebody scrubbed their records completely gone. Because every researcher in the elementals lab should have been aware of Al Shaib's existence, and there's no mention of him whatsoever. At the same time, it looks like the research on the elementals here is essentially to develop a kind of biological weapon for the church, to spread abyssal plague in populations, with the kind of assumption that once the abyssal plague reaches the final stage and you break down in the prime material plane, that you will then return to the far side of the Alendar. So it's kind of a somewhat convenient extermination device. But I'm not too worried about their progress because it seems like this is in the very early stages of gathering data on the potential for this to become a weapon.
Does anyone have any questions or stuff about the Morin's sort of research?
No, I think all the questions I had or would have were answered in Discord, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And what did you sort of do between session?
So I was trying to figure out what was going on with Vertac and did not really make any headway. So, um, like I basically kind of confirmed, I think, what we had thought before, which is that it's like he's in there, but he's severely limited, and he kind of gets that he is, but he doesn't know why or what to do about it. Um, and still confirmed that Altanuin, the other dragon, also has kind of had that happening, I think, right?
Yeah.
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 And let's see. I think it also, let's see, so it seemed like whatever's going on with him was the result of like a trauma, was my take on it. So something has hurt him. So I'm definitely thinking there could be a similar thing to what happened to me with that like brainworm thing, but I really do not know. Um, and then I messaged Aegis thinking that he might have some insight, and basically got his assistant who was not helpful at all. And that was pretty much where that left off. So, yep.
All right. So you guys have spent some time doing miscellaneous things. We're going to be on the main part of the day that you all arrive. So is there anything else from last session or from between sessions that you guys think is important to bring up before we fully get started today? Not hearing anything. So let's go ahead and get started. So you guys are on the ship. You are like I said, located on where you are on the map. Sort of the idea here is that you're having this conversation under the shielded deck of the ship, and probably a good chunk of the conversation was right before we basically started session was eaten up by the kind of group reading this captain's log that Griffith was able to uncover. So starting from there, you have this log, you've got the water, you've got everything going on. If you guys could toss your tokens onto the map, just so I have a thing I can use for initiative. All the Morans.
Sorry.
It's okay. All right, toss me an initiative roll, please. Make sure to select your token. And then we'll go in. Again, as always, the out of combat initiative stuff is just to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak. If you have something that you really want to do, there's nothing wrong with jumping forward in initiative or anything like that. All right, so Phil, your 50% of your body is covered in boils and growths and disease. What are you doing as they're all sort of discussing this captain's log on deck and talking amongst themselves? Again, if someone else,
Where would we be like seated, or are we just like standing around?
it's up to you. There are seats on the deck. There's not a lot of comfortable seating on the deck. Like there is stuff that you can take from the hold and from the crew quarters that you can bring on deck.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm just like laying on the ground. um, I'm very unhappy. Uh, I'm like ready to go and like do whatever, but if I don't have to move, I'm not going to move. I'm just gonna lay down and just like suffer in silence, and let let others make decisions.
gotcha.
Speaking of, I need to.
So one, kind of at the end of last session, kind of as we a little bit running out of time, you're talking about wanting to do some tests on the water. You wanted to go and maybe drink it or do something with it. So what's your plan for the day, or for the now, I should say?
Well, I think having read that captain's log, I have reevaluated that plan. um, I don't know. So can we like do we have eyes on that ship, or it's like because of hills and stuff and it's so far away that we really can't see what's going on?
It's a pretty significant distance away. So
Okay.
like,
It's like 20 miles.
yeah, it's 20 miles and it's heavily overcast and raining. Not like thunderstorm. It's just a steady, uh, pretty decent rain.
Gotcha. And Emmett's Rest is also like a few miles away. So like we really just feel like we're kind of like on the ship in these hills in this storm, isolated.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Now the ship can obviously like move around and do things, but there was an intentionality to this, right? Like you guys wanted
Mhm.
to get close to things, but not like on top of anything. This
Yeah,
is true. I forgot about daylight savings time.
but does Australia do daylight savings?
I have no
They
idea.
might do it at a different time. The teams I work with out of the Ukraine are not doing it yet. They're doing it in a week or two still.
That might be what's going on.
That would make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I guess because we're just hanging out on the ship because we want Philly to do a rest with Griffle tending to him. I don't know that there's really anything on the ship that I want to do. Um,
Well, one thing I want to say is make clear is that we had a discussion about like kind of uh, what that intention was, and it's not that you guys have to stay on the ship until he gets better. It's just that's Philly's option as a
mhm.
default. So like he'll still go with you guys if you guys want to do something or something like that. But this is like I feel like shit. I don't want to move. He needs to be prodded to go somewhere.
I really want to see if Philly's willing to know what this rain will do to the plague. Either like collect some in a cup and try and like wash an arm or something, or just like get him into the rain and see if it helps.
Uh, that makes me very uncomfortable.
Hey, like I said, I want to see what it does.
I'm just saying, like, I'm don't hit a man while he's down. If you want to drink first, I'm all for it.
No, not drink. Wash. I'm hoping like its magical properties somehow like get rid of the plague. That's the hope. Might
Why
make it
don't
worse.
you
It might
put your
grow.
arm, if you want to put your arm in the rain and then get back to me, we can
I
do
put
that.
my arm in the rain and it was fine.
Yeah, one did it. The people on the ship seemed fine being in the rain. I'll go in the rain. That's not a problem. I'm
Gary, a quick question. What I know is my disease transmutable by touch?
Yes, it is. It is contagious.
I don't know if you want to touch me, bro.
yeah, no, probably
Does
not.
it have gloves in D&D? Like rubber gloves?
Yeah, I mean the idea is that you know you got this disease by basically getting hit by one of these creatures. So you know people are going to be careful around you. If there was a situation where they had to touch you or be at special risk for contamination, there would be like some checks and stuff in game. But the assumption is that your body is covered 50% in boils and lesions. Nobody's going to touch you unless forced.
That's kind of what I understood. Also, that's like also the normal situation.
Yeah.
So, are you willing to put an arm out into the rain and see what it does to the plague?
Can Plucky open like a hole in the force field and just have it dump on me?
I was thinking that.
So Griffith will let you know that asking Plucky to do that doesn't really get a response. And asking why, the ship responds that it doesn't know what sort of security risk the water is, or if it is a risk, and so you don't have permission to bypass security.
That makes sense.
Basically, the rain and whatever's going on with it is an unknown for the ship, and the ship's on full defensive. So it's like, because it doesn't know what it is, it's not letting anything in.
That makes sense. Well, if you want me to go out in the rain, then that's fine. But we gotta find somewhere to land, right?
I think you can just like stick your arm out, like I
I
did.
mean, I basically kind of hand wave that yeah, you can, but like the ship is
It's like-
completely covered by the shield. So
Yeah, isn't it like a little off the ship, right? On the ring, basically, and the ring is a little off the edge.
yeah, so it's like a football. You know, the edge of the
That's kinda
shield
what I
if you're
said.
standing on deck is like 20 feet above your head. So yeah, I'm okay with the hand waviness of that, but like yeah, ideally you would have to either go on one of the fins on the side of the ship to get to the edge of the fin, and you can get to the edge of the barrier, or you'd need to land.
Yeah, I'm not climbing on no fin.
It's not difficult if you're
If you
not.
want to go over there with a bucket and then pour it on me, that's cool.
I'm down for that.
Do a little shower.
Right, so you go and get a bucket of water.
Yep.
And yeah, bringing it back, the water is it's very cold, but it does seem quite clean. Doesn't, I mean, other than normal washing of wounds, I feels the coolness of the water feels nice on like the lesions and stuff. But you think that's more just to do with the fact that it's being washed with cool, clean water more than any sort of effect that the water's having.
Well, it was a nice thought.
Always worth a try. Experiment on someone else.
So anything else one
I'll
wants
just
to
roll over.
I'm dying. Anything else one wants to do before we move along?
I don't think so, but I'll just put out there that I would be interested in going into Emmett's Rest, but I don't really want to leave Philly alone on the ship, and I don't really want to expose him to
Again,
people.
I wouldn't be alone. I would come.
Well, but I also don't want to expose people to you and introduce the
Common
pandemic
sentiment.
of abyssal plague. So, yep, I'm content to just hang out on the ship, do a little light decorating, maybe clean some corpses out of the
Out of
the
the
painting.
painting.
Sil, anything that you're doing either immediate or planning to do over the sort of day of downtime?
And I think I'm just standing by, honestly. I don't know what else I would do.
Okay. Drock, anything else that you would like to do?
No, I think I'm in agreement. We should probably heal up Phil. So the only thing that I think really needs to be done today then is finding a decent place to land the ship. Because I think we're still kind of flying about, right? So we should land, prep the ship, so that tomorrow we can just kind of get off and get going.
Okay. 1 second. Hang on. I need to make sure that my notes are correct for this real quick. I feel like I'm missing someone's.
So we're not going to go try to liberate a second ship.
That ship seems kind of piddly and useless compared to
Again.
ours.
I'm sick, but every time you say the word liberate, it really triggers me.
That's what you guys said that you did. That's how you got this ship.
Yeah, but we didn't say it like that.
Yeah. Just watch your tone, please.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's their word, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, so over the course of the day, Phil, then Drock, then one. Assuming that I have these things correct. Phil, you get this sense of coldness that washes over you. And then as you're sort of feeling like, is this some part of the disease? Is this something getting worse? Like, what's going on?
I hate Drock so much.
The kind of coldness that at first was like radiating from somewhere, and you were basically trying to check the spots where you got covered with the water. You find that the rod is actually the source of it, and when you touch it, it is intensely, powerfully cold. There's a sort of an area of sort of frosted mist around the rod, and then after a second, it gives you this sense of like maybe something cracking, like ice breaking, and then something passing, the sense of like loss, and then it cools, or it warms, not rapidly, but it stops being supernaturally cold, and then it sort of slowly gets closer and closer to like normal temperature.
Mm.
And this happens to 3 people over the course of the day. So it's Phil first, then Drock, then one.
Does the rod otherwise seem the same after this happens?
It doesn't seem to change it, other than the period where where it got colder and colder and colder, and then it passed, and then it started to act normally again. Doesn't
Hmm.
seem to have changed at all.
And the guy at Emmett's Rest, the scholar,
Yeah, is that Hadari? Is that his name?
Hatterai,
Hadarai? Thank you.
we think he might know about these rods, right? We were led to believe he might have, because doesn't he specialize in stuff like this?
So he wrote a book about minor magical items. So it is a reasonable assumption that he might have some insight,
Okay.
but I
Although
don't think
these are
you guys
not
have any.
minor.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. These seem less and less minor as we go.
Yeah.
So
But we
I'm
want to talk to him and he might have an idea. Sorry, Gary.
No, I'm trying to make sure I have the. I'm looking for my books.
I'm also thinking if these rods are reacting to the storm, I want to use that same bucket of water and dip the rod in.
So,
Or
he
you
wrote,
are reckless.
Yep.
so he wrote one of the history of minor magical ingredients in alchemy and their locations.
Mm,
So he does have experience with sort of, again, minor magical items and things, but it's not.
yeah. Not weird, like multi-dimensional living bone angel rods.
Yeah.
Seems like it might be slightly outside of his area of expertise.
Okay.
So this happens over the course of the day. I'm going to wait a little bit, but I would be interested. Phil, do you want to make me your endurance check?
Do I get the bonuses?
You get what bonuses?
Like, wouldn't there be? Is
Griffle
this
watching
in?
me?
Yeah, because wouldn't Griffle be helping heal? Like, isn't that the plan then?
So the way that it works is that if someone is helping you recover, it is a replacement. It's not a bonus to your check or anything like that. So this is the way that I use. So by the rules, you would not make an endurance check at all. It would exclusively be the heal check of the other person. The reason I'm asking for an endurance check, and I always ask, is that I want to see sort of how much the intervention matters. So like if you make an endurance check and you natural 20 or whatever, like you would have recovered anyway. That's a little bit of a different feel than if you fail the endurance check and you would have gotten worse, but because of the person helping you, you recovered. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yes.
So it's more of a narrative.
You loosely talked to me about this.
Correct. Yeah, we talked about this between sessions. So yeah, go ahead and give me. So endurance check of 22 means that you would have started to recover on your own. Like your own natural
Wow.
body would have recovered on its own. And I don't think Griffle can fail this check. I think she can only not make it better. So
Yes, that's correct.
we'll get her to make the check, but the assumption is that you do not die from this, and at least are likely to get better. If she's not on in the next 10 minutes or so, because the whole like daylight saving time, I'll go ahead and just make the check for her, and we can kind of keep moving with that as a decision. I don't want to kind of give her the chance of being here to make a.
Okay, so you're saying this is not a check to necessarily reduce the disease. It's to see how Griffle, in addition to me, you said it's more narrative. That's essentially just to clarify.
Your endurance check was narrative, so that check
Okay.
was how you would have done if
Endurance
Griffle had not helped you.
Okay, excellent.
Griffle's check will actually be the one being used.
Understood.
So that's going to be the mechanical one, which is part of the reason why I want to wait for her, if I can. So the day passes. There's a little bit of that sort of weirdness. One of the only things that that I want to kind of point out that is different because it's so not different. I guess it's different because it's so uniform. Is that there isn't any wind with the rain. There doesn't seem to be any changes. There's nothing where the rain picks up for a little while and then it dies down. There's no kind of patches of kind of mist or clearing of the air. You know, the a normal storm kind of waxes and wanes, and this doesn't. This is just a steady, fairly heavy rainfall. So a question that I want to leave up to the group is something that's going to happen over this day is the group is going to naturally start to discuss what they want to do once Phil is feeling a little bit more functional the next day, assuming that he is. So what's the group's plan of action here? Are you like getting a place to land the ship is very easy. These hills are where you guys are right now are heavily forested, but many of the hills are high enough that you can find a spot that isn't completely forest covered to be able to land. So getting an easy place to land in the hills is not difficult. But what's the next step from there? Like, what are you guys planning to do?
Head into Emot's Rest, find Hatterai if we can, and just try and get more information. See if people here know about the storm. If Storm Brew Ale is from this storm, it must be fairly common enough that people might be able to give us more information about it.
When you say common, when was the last storm?
I was trying to think of that as I
It was
said
like
it.
200 some years ago or something.
Yeah, because I was trying to think of what were the vintages of the ale that we were able to get from the court.
Yeah, so the dates of the previous storms are 780, 931, and 1177.
And sorry, again, what year is it now?
1385. So it's been over 100 years since the last vintage.
Still, people should maybe know a bit, or there should be like maybe stuff in the library that has information on the storms.
I'm not saying that it's going to be something that like people won't know about, but
It's not super common, yeah.
right, just understand that the actual thing itself is partially valuable because it is something that is, the last vintage is over 100 years old. So you have your day, and to go ahead and make a check for Griffle. Assuming can find her skill check. They're there. So yes, so 18, which means that she would allow you to recover. So you still have the disease, but you're in stage 1, which is significantly less incapacitating. You've got the sores and growths are about 10% over your body, and you're just maximum healing surge is down by 1. So you are ill, but you don't look like on death's door or anything like that. So the next day comes. The night is kind of awkward, I guess is the way to say it. The sort of constant noise of the rain hitting the shield, and the sort of timelessness of being underneath the storm does make the feel of like day and night a little awkward. Although for some of you, like those that are used to the caves of prosperity and things like that, or used to being underground, like Syl is not as problematic. But for people like Drock and Morin, it is awkward to have this sort of dissociative feeling between what should be a normally very clear day-night cycle. So it is the next day. What is the plan? Head to Emond's Rest?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Is there anything you want to do or take or interact with as far as the ship is concerned before you guys head off?
Can I make a copy of a design of the containment chamber used for the chaos elementals?
You mean like just make a drawing of it?
Yeah, because I have that. I now have that Amanunsis ritual.
Yes, you can. So if you want to do that, either just normally, or you can use Amanoisis to do it as well.
I feel like I would proudly use the new ritual.
Okay. So if you do use one of the rituals, just put into the group funds channel, wherever I put that, the marker they used, a ritual, if it costs money.
Let me
It's
see.
campaign resources, I want to say.
Doesn't expend components.
Okay, then don't worry about it. So, yeah. The woods around Emmett's Rest they're a little different than what you guys are used to. There's a lot of firs and evergreens and things like that. And as you guys get about half the distance between where the ship is and Emmett's Rest, there's a pretty abrupt change between the sort of northern wilderness look to things and then the area being fairly cultivated. There are little pike hedges and things that have been cleared away and things that have obviously been burnt back and stuff like that, like area for clearing away the wilderness for farmland and things like that. And as you continue to make it closer to Emmett's Rest, you start to enter these huge plantation style orchards. The trees are just starting to bud. The water from the rain. Oh, so kind of before I get into this description, as you guys first leave the shelter of the ship, you're immediately drenched. The rain is heavy, it's falling down all the time. You're gonna get wet immediately, unless your name is Syl. Syl, when he's moving, at first it just sort of seems like it's just normal. Like he's small and the rain's not hitting him. But the more that you guys notice, the more that you kind of travel in the rain, the more it becomes obvious that when you look past Syl, there is this sort of warp around his body. Like you can see there's a sort of like almost like a wedge shape umbrella type effect around him, that the water just sort of deviates around him and then continues going down. It doesn't stop, it just conveniently doesn't hit him.
Interesting.
Because he's got the cloak. El Cloco.
Maybe. So the plantations kind of open up. There are a lot of trees that are very close together. There are a few trees that have leaves, but a lot of the trees here have buds that are just starting to grow. Again, it is sort of, well, it's a little later in the year that you normally have spring growth, but spring is kind of slow in coming this year. And you've got these little buds on the trees and things, and a lot of for your characters, probably slightly unusual colorations of things. The trees themselves are fairly dark. The buds, some of them are green as you would expect, but some of them are this kind of lavender color. This either like pinks or magentas or purples that are mixed in with these greens. If you guys have ever been to a plum orchard before, it's easy to recognize that these things are plum trees. Most of the orchards here grow a version of cold weather hardy plums. But the orchards and buildings and stuff that you pass through are basically no one's here. Like it's the buildings, the chimney doesn't have anything coming out of it. The windows are, the windows and doors and everything. There's these heavy storm boards and covers that are over the windows and the doors of the main buildings, and they're all covered and latched and locked. It doesn't look like it's been abandoned so much as everything is just sort of locked down right now. And as you walk through the orchards, the sort of grooves in the ground that are, the natural rows that people would plant these things in, they're full of water. So there's, some standing water in places where you might have an area that shows like, oh, this tree would normally just be sitting on the ground, but it's in a slight divot in the ground. So it's now in like 3 feet of standing water. There's some sections of topsoil that have been washed down hills where it's a little steeper in places and others. And you can see that the water and the amount of rain that they've had and the kind of heavy, swollen ground is starting to damage the plantation itself as you guys walk through it. Anything you guys would do in the outlying plantation before you guys head into the town proper? Because you can see the town proper up ahead. You can see lights in the town.
Is there fruit on the trees?
No, it's too early in the year for that.
Okay. Then no.
Okay. So, you guys keep heading through, and you get to. Let's see if this is this lighting wrong. I hope not, but let's see. It looks like it's all on right now. Sorry, I hadn't looked at this screen since they updated the way the DM's stuff looks. So hopefully this will only show you Emmett's Rest.
Emmett's Rest.
Can you guys see?
It does only show Emmett's Rest.
Yeah, looks
Excellent.
good.
What I assume is Emmett's Rest.
So Emmett's Rest is a small town that is located on a hill that's it's not steep to get to it from the side that you guys are coming from. So from the east, from where the orchards and stuff are, it's a very gradual slope to get up there. But you can see to the west of the town, it's a fairly steep descent to get from the town to the river. And the river is kind of roaring past this town. You can't see it on the map here, but kind of if you followed the outside of that wall a little bit, there is there's not a road really. There's a path. There's like a wagon cart going to the west that you guys are going to be approaching from, or east, sorry, that you guys are approaching from. But the road that is leading to the west does look like a more proper, like heavily traveled road, and it goes up to this bridge that looks like it's bigger than any of the buildings, the individual buildings inside the town. And it's this huge covered bridge that spans not only the river, but a small ravine where that is a little gorge that the river's in. And even from a distance, you can see that the river is way above its normal banks. The rows of trees that are nearest to the river are either completely submerged or partially submerged. You can see that there's just big hunks of things moving in the water. If you guys have ever been in an area where there's lots of floods and things, there's like full-size trees that are flowing through the water. Although it's like I said, there's still a height differentiation between the river and the town, that the town looks like it's still fairly safe. The town again actually does look quite a bit like this. There's two buildings that are significantly bigger than the others, and as you guys approach, Drock, you get this sense of maybe not knowledge, but familiarity with where you are. When you look to this building here, that'll be on your right as you first enter the town from the eastern gate. You don't have to look at the building or know anything about it to know that that's the blacksmith's. Like, you feel like, oh yeah, that's where the blacksmith lives. That's his home, but also that's where the smithy is. You know that next to the smithy is the town master's or the town mistress's home. It's where Hatterai lives. You know several of the buildings in town that they are where people are. Like, there's this sort of innate familiarity with the town. Like, this is your hometown, even though you've never actually been here before.
So yeah, very much, yeah, confirmation this is where the dream happened. It might help us figure out where we should be going. Cool.
Mm.
This is the place you dreamed of?
Yep.
I'm going to move tokens over real quick. It's a little easier for me to do it than having all you guys pull them out. And I'm going to clear the turns. So, toss yourself. Actually, I'll just add turn, make it easier. Again, nobody has to go in any particular order, but what's the plan as you guys walk into town?
So sorry, Gary, just to confirm, just because I'm trying to remember. So in the dream, because I when I came out of the dream, I wrote the text, and the text was recognized as Hatterai's. But in the dream, I don't know for sure if I was Hatterai or not, correct?
There was nothing stated in the dream that you were Hatterai, but that was the assumption that you all made.
Yeah, because of what I wrote. Okay.
And specifically because of the way that you wrote is in a distinctive style of handwriting that is not Hatterai's handwriting. It's Oloriandir like handwriting. And Hatterai was one of the authors that they knew that wrote in that style.
Got it. Okay, thank you. But with the sense of familiarity, knowing, the blacksmith and Hatterai's place, yeah, clearly from the village. Whoever I was from the village. Could have been Hatterai, could have been someone else, but yeah, he's our link, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have this wave of recognition and we wanted to see Hatterai anyway, I would say beeline it straight there.
Yeah, I was thinking either go straight to him or do we go to like the tavern or something, start asking about the storm, try and get as much information as we can before going to Hatterai to have more knowledgeable questions.
Is
Mm.
the town or the buildings that were nearby like locked up and like the plantation was? Or does it seem
So
like people have been around?
about half of the buildings in town look like they're boarded up. And again, not the like gone out of business style boarding up. Like
Right.
we have built into these houses preparations for storms and extreme weather, and it's on lockdown. About half the buildings in town are like that, and about half have have some measure of coverings on them, but are clearly still like actively lived in. So there's that the town is more or less half deserted and half populated. Um, I will say that in character that there isn't really a tavern in this town. There is a church that is the typical meeting area if people do not meet in the headmaster's house. So if you had a gathering of people, those people would usually either gather in the church or they would gather in the mayor's house, more or less.
Yeah,
Which is
so, going somewhere like that might be interesting.
And if you're also looking at the buildings, Morin, even from an outsider's perspective, the buildings look different than any of the sort of geographical regions that you guys have been to before. The roofs look very different. The way that they're built is just sort of a different architecture than you guys are used to. But even with it being different, you can tell that the smithy and the mayor's house, basically the headmaster's house, are not only bigger, but they're sort of better built than every other building in town. So what's the plan? Are you guys want to head to, where are you guys headed to?
I think going straight to Hatterai might seem odd. I guess we could go there and say, "Hey, Renata sent us," but we don't really have a good story. If we asked around, it might make more sense first.
I think based on you having had your dream, I would defer to what you think is best.
Yeah, same here for sure.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
because I totally don't just make it up as I go.
Right. Well, I mean, you are the decision maker for the time being. So where are we headed, Druck?
Yeah, let's try the church. See who's there. Just tell them we just got in. We got caught in the storm, and ask what the storm's about. What's going on?
Okay. So on the map, let me see if it'll let me do text real quick. That is in bright red. Let's not do that. So there's the church on the map. Sorry, church on the map. It is a little bit smaller than the two bigger buildings that are right as soon as you walk in on your right hand side. And the doors are open, but there's this heavy awning in front of the church. So it's the doors are open, but there's also there's like a really big front porch that prevents it from being like completely exposed to the elements or anything like that. And there's, again, this whole town, the stairs that are going down that center part of town, everything is not only drenched with water, but there's little like, miniature creeks and rivers and things and puddles all the way through the town. There is this sense that the town's fairly well suited to not flood, but there's just so much rain and so much water everywhere that the normal systems are kind of struggling to handle the amount of water here. The doors are open, and as you guys head into the church, you can see that the interior of the church is broken up into 8 pieces with these curtains. Now, for those of you guys that remember being on the World Ship Faith, do you guys remember way back when there was the curtains put into place for like the little private rooms inside of the guild hall?
I thought that was in the in the tavern that we visited, right?
Like the
Yeah,
refugees or
for
whatever.
Yeah, where the refugees and stuff were. Yes. So the guild hall, the tavern, it's the same thing.
yeah.
So that's what this looks like. So this is obviously like one big open space, but it has built into the structure. If you look up, there are these dividers and these basically moving walls, and that can be moved along the ceiling, that you can kind of pull them all open and have just one giant space. But it does look like the church was built and church was designed to be subdivided into these sort of small cloistered sections. And several of the curtains are open and held open by tassels and cords that are tied off. And you can see that rather than it being, like sort of a Christian church, right, where you've got like pews that are all faced forward and then like an altar in the front where kind of that's where all the intention is. This is much more like individual prayer areas, where there are these 6 different subsections of little altars that all look a little different. So they're probably 2 different spirits or deities or whatever. It's not a monotheistic style church. And as you go in, you can see there's a couple people milling around. And as you come up to the front door, you can see that most people kind of gravitate away from the door where you guys are, um, and seem to be avoiding you as you guys get close.
Are they looking at me specifically?
No, it's just a group of people.
Okay.
Like, this is you get the impression from everything you guys have seen out here that this is a small town in the middle of just nowhere. So five or six unknown people walk into the door is an unusual occurrence. So different people are reacting differently.
Are these humans or something else?
Humans and halflings. So you
Okay.
can see there's 3 humans and 2 halflings that are kind of going about their own business. And most of them seem to be avoiding you. One of the halflings does look like she's paying attention to you all. Um, like they're all paying attention. One of them seems to be watching you, I guess is the better way to put it. Not just seeing, oh, there's new people and then adjusting their behavior, but watching you to see what you're going to do.
Do I recognize any of the religious symbolry?
One second. A couple of them you do. So I guess there's 6 little shrines. There's 8 areas. One that looks there are 2 in the middle that sort of look like they're maybe waiting areas or sitting areas, and then there are 8 shrines around the outside of the interior of the main room. And you recognize about half of them. One of them is to Saint Tython. It's fairly distinctive looking, even though you're not super familiar with the religion. The altar and everything with it is distinctive enough that it's easy to be like, oh, that's what this is. So there is an altar to Saint Tython. There is a altar that to the Church of the One, which are a not super well known group. It's more of a they don't really have like an individual deity. They have more of a philosophy. It's more like a Buddhist type philosophy as religion rather than being a religion with a lot of like stories and rituals and rites and things like that. This is more of a live a good life, become one with the universe type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one you recognize is Ishiasha, which is one of the, or Ishiashaya, sorry. Ishiashaya is one of the sort of patron deities of waterways, of the oceans and currents and rivers and things like that. It's technically one of the things that is a acknowledged religion inside of the Church of the Elements. So you could be a priestess of Ishiashaya and be in the church, but it's not not currently like really in favor. Like it's sort of an old school style of worship. So those are the 3 you recognize.
What was the like the doctrine of the first one?
Saint Tython and the Leviathan.
Oh, the Leviathan guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There are 2 people that are in the little section for the Church of the One. There's nobody in the section for the for Saint Tython, although it does have a lot of stuff in it, so it looks like it's probably, if it's not one of the more practiced ones, it's at least got a lot of attention. And Ishiashaya um, has someone in it that's actively going through the worship process. So what do you want to do?
Well, I was just thinking we should call out and say, just introduce ourselves. But if someone's currently worshiping, probably should be a little more subtle. Is there anyone who looks to be in charge, or um, someone who might be more willing to talk to us?
So that this place doesn't really have, again, kind of like the idea of there's a caretaker that makes sure all the shrines and things are properly respected and the building works, but it's not the same sort of like
It seems
in
like a
charge
place
priest.
where anyone can come and worship however they want to.
Correct. That is the idea. So there's not really by default anyone in charge. Like the whole
So
town kind of maintains this place.
So you said that, like Drock kind of remembers where stuff is, but he
Mhm.
doesn't like recognize these people. He's not like, oh, that's this person.
Right.
Okay.
Let me actually. So actually, one of the people in the building is someone that you don't know who they are, but you do get a sense of familiarity. The halfling woman that's sitting in the sort of the neutral seating area, the waiting area in the middle of the church, that kind of examined you guys as you guys first walked in and started talking amongst yourselves in the entranceway. Um, she looks familiar. You don't remember what her name is, but you get the sense that you vaguely know her.
Mm. Means that our timeline is correct.
Yeah, it was definitely recent events. How would you introduce yourself to someone who you know from a random dream?
I play that a little close to the chest.
Right?
Like going on why my brain is it's like going on that one list website and like lost connections.
Craigslist.
Craigslist, thank you.
What do you guys think? How should we play this?
I mean, I feel like I'm kind of waiting for you to do something
I
since
know.
you're.
I like the level of familiarity means like it's just weird. Like, how do you introduce yourself or like start a conversation with someone who like you know from Dream, right?
So
I
would you tell us, hey, I know her?
yeah, I'd share any of this, right? I'd say, hey, that person seems familiar, but I don't know them specifically or their relation to the Dreamer. I'll say.
Will
So
you
I
give
think. Oh, go ahead.
Drock? Will you give me a bluff check, please? You guys are standing like just inside the entryway having this little conversation.
Probably telepathically.
Oh, nice, cool. I mean, yes, you
Probably
can.
telepathically, yeah.
It's more along the lines of it's relatively difficult unless you're making an attempt to hide it. To be like, hey, I know that person over there, without having the entire group of people then immediately look at that person or like
True.
gesturing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, fair point.
So basically, you were able to do so without like you walk into a room, you're like, hey, I know that person, and if you point at that person and like five people that they don't know are now looking at them, it's going to be a bit of a weird situation. But no, you're able to be mindful of the fact that you guys are standing and are not drawing extra attention to the attention you are giving to this one person.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we have to walk up and say something. So I figure we should start with her. I'll just walk up and say, hey, we were caught in the storm. Is there anywhere we can rest and get some food?
Okay, so as you approach, and basically is when you get to about arm like what you would consider like normal conversational distance, a little bit more than arm's reach. The smell of the woman kind of you get close enough to be able to smell her. She doesn't smell bad, but the smell is distinctive, and it's something that sort of triggers a lot more memory. Seeing her, there's a vague familiarity. Getting close to her and smelling this sort of slightly incensed, oiled smell, you get a sense of sort of nobility, of respect, of sort of camaraderie, of maybe this is someone that you've worked with for a significant period of time. Even though the details still aren't there, there is a sense of almost like underlying trust and respect of this person when you get close to them. Or maybe you're remembering someone else's respect. So she says, I really wanted to try to do her voice, but there's no way I can do it. So to give you a description of what her voice sounds like, she does sound a little like breathy and airy. And the accent that I was working with her is sort of British, so she's uh, very eloquent, very well spoken, and she does speak very quietly as well. So this is her. So you say that, we're travelers, we got caught in the storm. And she says, we don't get many travelers, especially not those that look like you. You look more like the adventuring type to me. What is it that you have business here at the Rest? If you need just rest and relaxation, I'm sure something can be made for you. There are buildings and places in town that are being vacated that would that their owners would not be against coming home to having a little bit of coin in their pockets. But we are, as a people, a little distrustful of outsiders. How did you make it past the roadways without triggering any of the wardings? She looks around and you can see that she's looking up, and on the walls on either side of the building, there are these um, wooden plaques that show like carvings of different natural scenes, like a group of three trees that are together with like a waterway that's like on the edge of a lake. You see there's another one that shows that there is this like roadway, and there's someone that's relaxing on the edge of the road. There are these like scenes that are carved around, and each of them have these sort of markings that any ritual caster would recognize as some sort of ritual writing around them.
Oh, that's interesting. I'll reply and say, we ran into Renata, and we've been looking for some information, and she suggested talking to an old colleague of hers, Hatterai. So we actually came with the intention of talking to him. But when caught in the storm, we just realized, we just need to take a break and figure out what's going on. And I'm just going to completely skip over the whole warding thing because I don't know how to explain that bit.
She nods slowly. I know everyone in this town, and no one here by the name of Renata. But if you are here to speak to Master Hatterai, I would recommend you speak to him quickly. People here defer to his wisdom more than anyone else's, even mine. And if you are going to be able to rest, it is his opinion you need, or his words.
Permission?
Yeah, his
Blessing.
permission that you would need.
Okay, we can go straight to him. We saw the doors open and figured this is the logical starting place. Would you be able to point us in his direction?
She gives you a strange look, and as she's kind of been talking and as you've been talking to her, she steps on a little bit closer, and you can tell from the expression on her face that she's trying to figure something out. um she goes, I for some reason I feel like that his house is near here, and I have not met a hob that looks like you, but somehow you seem familiar. I don't know why, but I trust that you will take care of the people of this town, and I want you to know that if you need anything, I'm here. You can tell that at the end of that, she seemed almost surprised by her words. And then she sort of, takes another step back. She kind of moves her cloak on her shoulders a little bit more and kind of straightens herself slightly. Says, well, yeah, I don't know if you have some sort of effect on you, but if you have any sorts of strange magics or charms around you, then just understand that people here like to be dealt with straight. She nods to herself and then turns on her heel and walks away. You saw, like, as she went to turn, you might not notice it as much, but one, she looked very like flustered after a second and kind of blushed as she turned away.
I'll just, as she's turning away, just say, "Thank you. We are here to help and understand," and just let her walk off with that.
So the DM didn't do it because it's hard for me. I had a bunch of prepared lines which are hard to do in and not doing the voice, and the voice is very difficult for me right now. But she would have said that her name is Zamara Tren. So you guys do have her name.
Okay. And does that name help jog any other memories from the dream or anything?
Not really.
Okay. So I'll just say to the party telepathically, best we go talk to Hatterai straight away then.
Before we leave, can I just like real quick check out that shrine to Saint Tython?
Okay. What do you want to look at?
Um, like I guess I'm just wondering like what sorts of offerings are being left, like how many offerings, anything like iconography that catches my eye.
So the central sort of form, there's a little stone carving of a man standing on a rock, um, and the kind of area around the bottom of it has these coils of cloth that from the context and from the way that it's put up are supposed to look like like tentacles coming up from the altar that are wrapped around the base of it. They don't really look like that, but they're just little coils of kind of purple and red. In the little basin below where the statue is and where the coils of cloth are, there's a little basin of water. And in the water, there are several little pieces of things. One of which looks to be like a fish that maybe has been like salted or preserved somehow. It doesn't look like it's been there very long, and it's kind of sitting on the edge of the bowl. It's not in the water. And in the water, there's a couple of sort of smooth, semi-precious stones, things like a tiger's eye or a little piece of quartz.
Um,
Oh,
Go ahead.
was there anybody by the shrine to Ishiashaya?
Yes.
Okay. How long does it take to do like? Can I like pay my respects quickly,
Uh,
or is that
it
going to be like a whole process?
it depends on who you are. So if you are just paying your respects, it's something you can do in like like 60 seconds.
Okay.
Um, if you are someone who is like that's your primary deity, like your that's your patron, then it's assumed it's going to take significantly longer.
Right.
Um,
So she's not my patron, but I think that I would take the time to pay my respects if it's quick, as a way of ingratiating myself to anyone else that was there.
okay, so there's a man. It looks like he's in his 30s, human that is also going through the more involved parts of the ritual of the like someone who has HHI as their primary patron. And your previous knowledge know that paying your respects while this person is doing it is not going to interrupt what they're doing. Like you could
Hmm.
interrupt them, but like it's not necessary to pay your own respects. And he notices that you pay respects and kind of nods as he's going through the parts of cleansing his hands one at a time with water, and then going through all of the pieces. The all of the rites with Ishigashaya have something to do with water.
Hmm.
But him going through those processes, you can go up, dip 2 fingers in the little central bowl, put it to your forehead, put 2 fingers onto the bowl of outgoing, basically. So you've got a central bowl, and you've got 2 bowls, one on either side. Do you remember the discussion about the whole primordial left-right thing?
Yes.
So it is considered respectful if it's a short offering of dip in the primary bowl and then put it to your forehead and then into the outgoing bowl. So you're basically saying, I'm taking a small bit from the god or from the spirit, and then I'm putting my own thoughts into it and sending that back to, sending goodwill back to the spirits.
Right.
Using the other offering bowl would be requesting something from them, and that would take more. You'd have to do what this person is doing.
Hmm.
So you could do that really quick. Is there anything else people want to do before they leave the church? I'm hearing a whole lot of nothing. So you guys head back into the town, and sounds like we're going straight to Hatterise.
Believe so. Unless anyone else has stuff they want to do.
Nope.
As we're walking out, I telepathically say to the group, "Nothing ever goes as expected, does it?"
Um, 1 second. I know I have this picture, but I don't actually see it. Hang on. Yeah, for some reason, it's either not on this map or. Here, I need to make this real quick. This needs to go to back. All right. So, going up to Hatterai's house, the door is built much bigger than most of the other buildings. Actually, the church is one of the few buildings in town where the door is built on a larger scale than like a normal human. The door, like the top of the door frame is like 10 feet tall. And there are these pegs and hooks that are set in the door that look like it's designed to make it easier to open, but also that you can kind of pull out the peg and then hook it into the side to kind of brace the door open. Or you could also tie them together and brace the door closed. It's a big sort of double door with these poles sticking out of it. You know that, so Drak, when you come up to it, the sense of familiarity intensifies, and you can see that there are spots on the door that you'd be able to like knock on it, but you know from sort of that sense of familiarity that if you're from this place, there is an assumption that anyone's allowed to just open the door, that it's not going to be locked. But you're not sure how that translates to you. So you can see the knocker on the door. Would you knock or would you open the door?
I think I would knock. Even though it's known, I am still an outsider.
Okay. So you knock on the door, and then you see a little centerpiece slide open in the center part of the door, a little like watch hole that's about 6 inches tall. It's about 2 feet across. It's a big center section of the door. Slides open, and you see a man's face, and he looks through, and then you can see him kind of squinting in the comparative darkness of the outside of the house, where behind him there is some light. And then those of you guys that are trained on Arcana, you see him look over the group, then you see his eyes kind of dart, like look away or like break the line of vision from what you guys can see. And you see him open his eyes again and look at you all again. But you can tell with the intensity of the second look that there was something else to it. Like there was like a detect magic. So he opened his senses further after the initial look. So you hear someone's voice, which again, Drak feels very familiar, and says, "Ah, adventurers, and one of you is in trouble. Please, give me a moment, and I'll open the door." The things slide shut. You hear a click, and you hear moving of things, and then the door, one side of the door slides open, not far enough that everyone can comfortably fit through, but enough that it's clear that he's opening the door. Just inside the door is an older looking Eladrin.
Oh, and from previous conversations, Heraderai is Eladrin, right?
Yes. So Hatterai, even though his face looks still somewhat youthful, he has a sense of age with him. His hair is completely white. He does look like he's fairly old, even though again, like his face has that sort of elven youth to it. And he has a cane in one hand, and as he kind of opens the door, you can see he has a pretty severe limp as the right leg doesn't work perfectly well. And he says, come in, come in. I'm not sure exactly what I'll be able to do for you, but I'll do what I can. Tell me, How long have you had that affliction? He turns and starts to kind of hobble indoors.
I'm assuming he's speaking to me.
He's speaking at the group, but
Mm.
it's reasonable to assume he's talking to you.
um. Well, Gary, how long? It's been like 4 days.
Yeah.
Eh, not even a week. And I like poke one of the boils in my face. And I think I'm starting to feel a little better. And then like like cough and then fall down.
Good. I hope if you are already feeling better, my meager skills will be of use. Might help the process. Please come in and get yourselves comfortable before getting into the interior. He steps off of the area that he is onto a step. So the interior, kind of the antechamber of this, has, if you guys are familiar with mud rooms, it's basically a big mud room. So it's a tiled floor. It's got lots of it's got like 30 different places to hang coats and hats and things off to either side. And there's two big racks that have very clearly have room for a bunch of people's shoes. But there's only like three sets of shoes. Actually, there's like three sets of smaller shoes and then one big set of boots that are in there right now. And it's pretty clear that you're supposed to like take off your like coats and shoes and stuff as you enter. So he kicks off his little slippers and then steps up onto the wood of the interior proper.
I'll follow and say thank you for inviting us in. We came to inquire about several things.
Well, it's a day for being inside having discussions, not out running around, so I would welcome discussions. Have you taken one of my classes before? The face, your demeanor seems familiar. I feel like I know you, and I apologize if we've met and I've forgotten. He's talking to Drock.
We haven't met per se. That's one of the things we'll have to sit and discuss.
Yes. So he hobbles along on the cane. For those of you guys like One and Phil, you can see that most of his leg looks normal, but his thigh area, like he's wearing not like tight fitting clothing, but well fitted clothing, and his thigh of his right leg looks deformed or distorted. Like it looks shriveled is a better term. It looks much smaller than it should be.
Why would we notice that?
Because these sorts of injuries and wounds and things are stuff that you're used to seeing in the mining area. Like these are
Okay.
like broken legs or things like are like arms and stuff. People that are dealing with those sorts of maladies is something that you guys are more familiar with than others, and also you guys are the ones with the high passive insights and perceptions.
Yes.
So combination of stats and background. So does everyone take off like their coats and shoes? Does anyone keep anything on?
Mr. Hadarai, I can't imagine the stink that will be revealed if I remove my shoes. Is it okay if I come in with them remaining on?
It's, I guess, okay. And if you believe whatever this is that you've been dealing with for the past 4 days could be transmittable, maybe just keep everything on yourself. I have a set of. He looks around a little bit and opens up a little like desk drawer that's up on the part of the step where he is, and he pulls out a set of gloves that have no fingertips on them, and then he pulls them over and says, "I can get the most of it here if you wouldn't mind." And he kind of holds his cane under one arm and kind of puts his back against the wall and gestures for you to come over towards him.
You said the fingertips are. It's like fingerless gloves,
Yeah, it's a set of fingerless gloves.
and he's asking me to come closer.
Yes.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mister Hatterai.
He smiles and says, I'm sorry. I guess I'm used to people being familiar with them. He shows you the palm of his hand, and you see there's a big arcane sigil on the interior of the glove, like on the palm of the glove. He says, a pair of presters. It's just to make sure that you don't track in as much of that mud into the rest of the house.
Okay. I'll walk over, and I'll put my hands above my head.
So he taps the palm of the glove, either palm of the glove with the thumb of each hand, and then he does a sort of circular gesture around you, and you see it rapidly cleans the area around where your feet are and your arms and everything. Like he gets you not only dry, but at least the outside layer is clean.
Oh, this is just like it's like what I can't remember his name. Oh no, this is bad. What's his name? The guy we saved,
Yeah.
the vampire guy,
Marcel?
Marcel. I haven't been this clean since then.
Your character would recognize the spell. It's the same. It's a different representation of that spell, but it's the same spell. It's prestidigitation.
Yeah, of course. Well,
So takes him a second to clean up. Does everybody else come in without shoes, or are you keeping your clothes on, or not clothes, but your jackets and cloaks and stuff?
I will take off like my robe and my boots or whatever it is that Hatterai took off himself.
Okay.
Take off my boots and cloak.
Same.
Put on my wizard hat.
I'm gonna keep my mask on though, so I'll still just be a
Okay.
black void in space.
well, that is very COVID conscious.
Yeah.
So after you guys get together, you guys come inside into his study. So Hatterai's study actually, it is this weird sort of mix between being very cozy, but it has a ton of seating in it. So one side of the room, which is basically where this picture is very small. So it's like one person's little area, but it's only one corner. The part of the room that you guys would be looking in from has like 7 or 8 of these heavy like comforter style chairs, or like recliner style chairs. And there's a couple other chairs that are sitting against the wall, and there's little pads is the wrong word, like ground pillows, throw pillows that look like they're designed for seating, like extra seating on the ground. So like you could comfortably sit like 10-ish people in here, but if you weren't super worried about like sitting super close to somebody, you could probably fit like 25, 30 people inside of his sitting room. Although all those people would be kind of clustered on one side. So he has you guys come in, and then he says, I'm not yet started to work on the daytime meal, but depending on what we're doing today, it could last until then. I've got enough stores that I can feed everyone if that's something you're interested in. He goes over and hobbles next to the seat in front of the piano, and then kind of lowers himself to the seat, rubbing his leg. So, adventurers, at my doorstep, one of you with pretty nasty looking affliction on, and has several things to discuss. So, how was my day gotten interesting? He keeps talking while he's rubbing that sore, what looks to be a sore spot on his thigh.
I want to telepathically ask the group real quick, like how much we wanted to share with him. My first thought was we should explain, Renata sent us and the block of text that we were given, or that I wrote out. Show it to him and see what he thinks.
Yeah, I think
What if he
that's a good
hasn't?
idea.
What if he hasn't written it yet?
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, yeah, I think we could definitely start by saying Renata sent us, and that we're interested in his knowledge of minor magical items.
Yeah. Okay.
And no one seems to be able to remember the rods, so I feel kind of comfortable letting him check that out.
Okay. So yeah. So I'll talk to Hadorai and address him and say thanks again for meeting us. We spoke with Renata a week or so ago, and it was suggested that we come chat with you directly to try and get some information. We have several things that you may have more information about than us.
Uh, if you're a student of Professor Farshang's, I think that might make the familiarity make sense. Yes. What is it that the professor had you bring to me? He sets the thing aside and he kind of leans forward. He finishes taking off the gloves, sets them on the side table, and kind of rubs his hands. And there is this sort of like you're sitting down with someone who just likes to talk. Um, this sort of like you kind of like you're talking to a professor, right? Like you're talking to a teacher. So you say, "Hey, another teacher sent me here to talk to you," and he's like, "Oh, okay. Well, let's get down to it." His
Yeah.
like demeanor and body language is very opening, like open.
I do want to be honest. We're not students of hers. We came to her with questions, and she has sent us along to you as well. To start, and I'll bring out one of the magical rods. I'll say this is one of the items that has led us to you, and we were wondering if you know what it is, or could tell us anything about it. And I'll offer to hand it to him.
He takes the rod, turns it over in his hand. Interesting physical qualities. He kind of rubs his fingers along it. He says, what sort of information are you looking for about this object? I can tell you some things. I can do research on it and I can look into things, but are you looking for a different perspective? How much knowledge do you already have about it?" He's turning it over in his hands as he's talking.
We don't have a lot. It seems, like you said, to have quite unique properties, and um, to the group again, like, do we want to share the dreams? Like, I feel like to get any information, we kind of need to, right?
Yeah, I feel like I would cut in and say, we felt some of its effects, um, and we know where we got it, but we're not sure exactly what its purpose is. It's shown us some visions, and until recently, we weren't sure what their nature was, but now we think that there may be visions of things that are going to happen in the coming days.
So he sort of leans back a little bit and he says, I fear I've asked my question incorrectly. At the University of Daxia, the professors will often have projects, researches, things that they are very interested in, things that they might dedicate significant periods of their life. And when they bring someone else into the fold, they ask questions. Usually they're looking for one of two types of information. Either you are going to give me everything you know about this object and see if there's anything that I can add to your body of research, or you're asking for a complete outside perspective, someone to look at it with new eyes and tell you what I can tell you without your research and assumptions and things that you've done so far. That is my question. Do you want my outsider's opinion, or are you willing to share what you know of this?
I'll say to the group, I'm at this point, I just want answers. I'm willing to share everything, including the dream, and explaining the dream to him, and that's the sense of familiarity. Is anyone
Uh,
against sharing all that?
No, I shrug.
I think his perspective.
Okay. So I'll say to him, we don't mind sharing. It seems like quite a strange object, so knowing the background might be good. I won't. I'll say the group. I won't share exactly where we got it. Right. I'll just say we were given these rods. We have several, and they seem to be connecting us to people or places. I had a dream or a premonition, and it took place in this town. And I'll kind of explain the gist of the dream and even the map and the keystones and see what his reaction is.
As you're starting to say it, you can see there's a door in this room that's not on the picture, but you know that that door leads to the study, and you know that in that study is where the map is and his desk and things like that. So you're one room away from where you're pretty sure the dream took place.
Okay. And yeah, I'll basically explain that as we got to town, the familiarity with the town and even the people, and I forget that lady's name already, but I'll even mention her and say, even meeting her, there was a sense of familiarity, and it was all from this rod and that dream or premonition.
Interesting. These, well, if there's multiples of these, I can tell you at least that this one, he stops kind of running his fingers over it, is a type of divination focus. I believe whatever you were able to see was seen or experienced through this focus. These ridges, this softness, a roughness, a smoothness, it's a property of a tool being used for prophecy and divination magics. It creates a mutability in the base material. And it's something that's distinctive if you know what to look for. The material itself, though, is, well, to my eyes, it seems to be alive. I feel as if I'm holding a living thing, not an object, which is fascinating. I don't see any life energies in the object. I don't see anything that would tell me that this is alive other than a feeling I have when holding it. And you say that you had a vision here in this town.
Yes, I believe it was actually in your study, and I'll indicate towards the door, um, and just ask: is there a map in your study of the area?
His shoulders kind of tighten for a second. There is. I wonder. I have been doing some scrying, some extensive divinations of my own. If that has created an affinity to be able to draw the attention of one of these objects. Your other experiences, were they also around things of divination and other such things that might draw the attention of one of these objects?
They all seemed to involve this storm that's happening here in the Reach and the Leviathan. Many of them did.
The Leviathan. Ah, there are local peoples, that believe that the Leviathan and the storms are related. I think that they are related, but not in the way that many people here seem to believe. But yes, there's visions and stories. I think I'm going to be cooking lunch for 7 or 8 after all. But uh, what is it that you want me to do? What specific knowledge do you wish me to have? I'm not an expert in this, but I'm willing to share what information I have.
We're very interested in what's happening, why we're being led here by these objects, and what this storm has to do with them. Any information about the storm or things that are happening would definitely be beneficial and help us figure out our next steps.
The storm, understanding it, knowing it, being able to predict it, to know what causes it, what ends it, what effects that it has while it is here is it's one of those life works I was speaking of. I've I've been here now for the immediate aftermath of the previous storm as well as this one and done a significant amount of research on each of the now 4 storms in the Reach. And I am not close, I don't believe. A lot of the assumptions and beliefs and the work I had done from the work the others had done seems to have been disproven, more than proven, since this storm began. I'm curious to see exactly what it all is, but unfortunately, I do not have a definitive answer, and imagine should you ask that question to 10 people in the Reach, you might get 11 or 12 answers of why and what the storm is, what it means, whether it's a good thing, bad thing. Here in the rest, we've made a good chunk of our livelihood off of the storm itself, or I guess after these years it has become we instead of they. You can tell there's a little bit of a pause there where he went from speaking about what he thought was a group of people to considering himself among those people as being kind of funny to him, but sort of not something he'd really considered. People here make a significant amount of money from it, but also if it is clear that it is one of these storms, those that are wealthy enough or able or mobile enough often head to Old Axe or even all the way to Endeavor to wait out the storm itself, as it is a very draining process to be here. And for the people left behind caring for things while they are gone, it's a stressful time. So even in the good, there is some ill. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. What I can tell you is that if these objects are drawing you here, if they're bringing you into this storm, then it may be that there is a deeper purpose, that these objects are specifically here for this. But it may also be worth considering that this storm, whatever causes it, whatever effects it has, it warps everything around it. It draws all things to it. The Leviathans, for example, I believe that they are not the causes of the storm, but merely the amount of water, the amount of magic, the amount of energy that is being produced by this storm is impossible to ignore. That may well be what is happening with these implements. I'm sorry, I might only be able to provide more questions than answers, but at least we can ask questions together. He kind of chuckles at that, and then he goes to hand Drock back the rod.
Um, so before he hands back the rod, can I ask him or tell him that when we interacted with the rainwater, it appeared to affect the rods. They grew cold.
Huh. I would need to do more research on this. He still holds out the rod as he's going to hand it back to Drock, but he says, I can try to help you uncover whatever you can as long as you stay here. Although if your intention is to end the storm, I would be more vigorous in my attempts to help. This storm is lasting a little longer than we had expected it to, and the good it can do might be soon outweighed by the ill if it does not ease soon.
How would one end a storm like this? What could we possibly do?
He shrugs his shoulders. That is a question. I've done quite a bit of research into the 3 previous storms and their beginnings and endings, and there are varying tales, different stories, nothing conclusive. There have been those here, and I've made some sendings to others in the Reach that have beliefs about what needs to be done to end the storm, but we don't know. As far as we know, it's a natural phenomenon. The storm is, as I mentioned before, it is giving off an immense magical signature. Not not powerful magic locally, but weak magic over such an immense area. It's it's hard to think what sort of energies would be required in order to maintain such a thing. The storm may just die out from whatever is causing it no longer being able to sustain it, or there may be a distinct endpoint. I have lots of guesses. I have few concrete answers. As he was talking and kind of dipping into that sort of lecturing teacher voice, he did kind of swing the rod back and forth and gesture with it. But once he gets done talking, he does still kind of hold it out towards Drock to take it from him.
I'll take it back. I'm very curious to see if he'll still remember it after.
You take it out of his hand, and he doesn't seem to look any different.
Okay. If I may, during my connection to you, there was two things that stood out. One is the map with the keystones. We're curious what the intent of those stones is. And the other is, I believe, Stormbrew Ale. And we understand that that comes from the water of the storm. Is there anything you can tell us about those two things?
Divinations looking into my eyes. Not a comforting thought. The keystones are my attempt at understanding the phenomenon. They were set, some by me, around the Reach, and some by others, and they were intended to help me study the energies of the next storm. It's been several years since I set them, but when the storm began, they all went off and have continued to go off ever since the storm began, a thrumming in the back of my mind that if I could turn them off now, it would certainly be more restful. But what I can tell you is that they showed signs of some sort of interplanar or extraplanar activity and have continued to show signs of it ever since the storm began. And because of that warning, and maybe you saw this in your vision as well, I was able to get the pieces of whatever it was I heard that night written down, although I'm not sure how useful it'll end up being at the end. And yes, the Stormhorn that they make here, people call it an ale. Actually, I think it's technically a schnapps. But regardless, a distilled, more powerful version of the effect. There are cisterns and other things, great places and distilleries designed for collecting this water and making the distinctive brew. Stormhorns actually aren't even close to here. They're a couple hundred miles away, but I think it does good for the marketing on the barrels and flasks to have something that shows the bull's horns. Anyways, at any matter, once it is the water and the magics are purified, distilled, worked with, it doesn't necessarily have to be an alcohol. It can be in many other things, but the alcohol is what we are famous for. I know that it has a strong effect. The older, the more cured and concentrated, the stronger the impact. And that's most of it. It makes you unsure. It makes you doubt. It makes you filled with regrets. But once you push through that initial low, you find yourself driven. You find yourself looking forward to what you can do, what must be done. I spent all of last night furiously working after having a good bit of an older vintage, and while I'm not sure I've come up with anything useful as of yet, it does feel good to have purpose. He smiles to himself. I've I've often been told that I ramble. I hope I answered some of your questions.
Yes, thank you. Um, every question seems to lead to more questions, though. What happens when you drink the water straight? And in its undistilled version.
It does not seem to have much of an effect, at least not to my knowledge. There are people around the town that have used the water, although most of the time we draw from the central well, and the well will have obviously some of the rainwater in it as well. I'm not particularly aware of any effect of the water when it's not kind of purified and concentrated. Although I imagine if you drank a great quantity of the water, it may have some sort of similar effect. It's not something I've studied, I'm sorry.
I'll say to the group telepathically, it's interesting then what happened on the other ship.
Yeah, but if they were only drinking that water for
But
days,
wouldn't that be what the town's been doing?
well, not necessarily, because if they're drinking well water, it might just have like a little bit of,
Yeah, it's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Drac, do you have a copy of what you wrote down after your dream?
Yeah, so that was my next point. So he mentioned, and Gary, this is out of character, not even to the group. You mentioned he said something about writing something down. I'm thinking that's the same thing. I just forget what you said about that. What exactly what did he say about that? About the writing down something?
So basically, what he said was that he recognized that you had some sort of vision or divination, seeing through his eyes because you knew about the keystones. And what he said was basically, if you saw me working on the writing, I don't really know if it's going to be useful or if it's worthwhile, but that's what I've been working on. Is so there is a assumption made that because you knew the keystones, that you also knew this thing that he was writing down.
Okay, and we don't know if it's the same. Okay, thank you for the recap. Because I know Chandra and I wrote it down initially, I'm sure I would have kept a copy. So I want to take that copy out, show it to him, and say, when I awoke from the dream, I wrote this out in a language I don't even know. This is what Renata translated for us that led us to you.
Mm-hmm. So which translation? What text?
I want to give him the original that I wrote out immediately after waking up from the dream.
So real quick. So the text and stuff that Renata translated was not the same.
Oh, I thought that was the same one. Am I getting
Showed
things
her, we
backwards?
showed her the paragraph, right? And she
Oh,
was
maybe
like,
she
"Oh, I know
didn't
that means."
translate it. Maybe she just. I thought we asked her to translate, or did we already know what it was? We just showed it to her.
I think we already knew what it was.
Let's take a step back. So there's the stuff that you gave Renata was the stuff that you guys got from being in Celestia.
Yes.
Yeah, the
So
giants thing.
it was not Renata that recognized the writing. When you woke up, you wrote in the handwriting and then you showed it to Marcel. And Marcel was like, "Oh, I know that handwriting. I know that style." So Marcel is the one that identified the Aloriandir writing. Because he's like, I'm familiar with these people, and he directed you to one of the books, right? So you didn't show
Oh,
Renata.
okay, sorry.
And it didn't need to be translated. Like it was in a common enough script of Elven that he knew what it was.
Okay, so then I'll just hand it to him and say this is one of the pieces that led us to you and identified the premonition as from this area.
And what was actually written on it was you writing down your experiences, right? Because you were writing down what you'd experienced. So this is like your journal entry as him.
Oh, okay. I thought I had. Okay, yeah. I'm just getting things backwards. Sure.
I want to look through things and make sure that I'm not.
Oh, it's been a while, so it's I could have around. I thought I had written down something, but maybe it was just that, and I just wrote it because I wanted to remember what was going on in the dream. But It's been
One
so
second.
long.
I want to look because I think there was something from the vision that you wrote down, but I wanted to look and see what my notes said. So give me just a second. So on my things, so on my notes, it says that you wrote down um, being in the study about the keystones, that you tried to sketch a quick sketch of the map, and you talked about the voice when the storms came. That's what the stuff that you wrote down is.
Okay.
And
Okay,
you
well
wrote
then
it
I
down.
guess
It was in Hatterai's handwriting?
Yep, it was in Hatterai's handwriting.
Okay.
So it was you writing, and you wrote a good chunk of it, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, that's in Elven, and I don't speak Elven, and also it's in a very distinctive, sort of flowing, formal script that they were able to that Marcel could recognize.
okay, that probably doesn't need to be shared then. It's not really important in any way. It's just my notes.
Well, Hatterai might be like, that's my handwriting. I mean, not that he's not.
Yeah, I think he's already got an understanding that the divination was clearly through his eyes. I don't know if I want to creep him out more. That is interesting. Oh, I do want to ask though. I'll change gears a bit and ask Hatterai. Why would a divination such as this cause familiarity not only with you and I, but with myself and the lady from the church?
So, as a note, if you look in I'm going to be changing the way I do NPCs a little bit. If you look in your journal and you go down to NPC sheets, you can see Emmett's Rest. So you can see
Zamara.
the
Yeah.
sheets of any people that you guys will talk to. If you want to see what they look like, and if the group wants to make any notes on these things, you'll also be able to make notes on anyone that you meet. So if you open up Zamira, for example, sorry, I had to cough. If you open up Zamira, you can actually hit edit and you can type any notes that you want to in there if you want. Because I'm going to make it easier for you guys to reference things, and other than just having like a big splash screen that I have to drag you to.
I don't know if I have an edit button. I don't see anything.
I don't think I do. There it is. It just popped up.
You shouldn't have one for Hatterai yet, although I can go ahead and turn it on now.
If we edit it, those are like private notes.
Those are notes the whole group can see.
Oh, okay, cool.
And ideally, you want to have one person edit at a time, because if someone saves, it'll overwrite what other people are doing. But
Okay.
it's not the best tool, but it is better than nothing. A good chunk of that's just for pictures and names.
Yeah.
So, so you ask him, like, why would there be familiarity with Zamira and this? He says, as I said, I'm not an expert in scrying and divination magics, but I do know that in order for them to work, there has to be, similar to planar changes, some sort of congruence, some sort of sameness that is brought into place for connecting you with whatever this other thing is. And depending on how this accomplishes that, divination or scrying, it could lead to a deeper connection, something that I can sense in a vague feeling about you. It's discomforting, I guess is the way to say it. As a scholar, I'm interested. As a person, I'm a little, well, not because it's you specifically, but this sense of familiarity without the memory of any sort of reason for that familiarity is sort of vile feeling, to be perfectly honest.
It is a bit disconcerting, and especially when running into Zamara, hard to explain. It definitely makes introductions harder.
Yes. Speaking of things that make introductions a little bit harder, your goblin friend, are you also interested in some sort of cure for your ailment? Is this a secondary thing? Is it something I'm drawing attention to that maybe you'd rather keep hidden? If you have the whip, I do not want to alarm you, but people here will react very negatively to it.
The whip?
Yeah, he's looking at
At
Philadelphia.
Philly, yeah, but we've never heard of it as referred to as the whip.
Is that what you ask him?
Yeah, I'll ask. Sorry, you said the whip?
Yes. A disease from the east. If you're having it or have had contact with it, it has a pretty storied history with this town, and people here will not want to see anyone that has it. I, like I said, I don't know. I don't mean to put my assumptions and my own hang-ups on whatever you have going on, but you must understand this town is one that survives by the people here trusting and working with one another in oftentimes very close quarters. If you bring a contagious disease into town, there will be people that react very negatively, and I am responsible for the well being of the people here.
Um, if no one else is going to speak up, I mean, I'll just say, yeah, we are in the process of healing him, but if you have a faster way or a remedy, we would not be against it.
Uh,
I'll just groan. Uh,
I,
We
uh,
don't know this affliction by that name. You said it's from the east?
yes. I believe the appropriate, more clinical name is that it is some sort of uh, a cough. But the name used around these parts is called blood whip. The blood whip of 78 was actually pretty devastating for this town. The disease doesn't usually get this far south or this far west, but it is something that is known to be carried from the eastern continent to here by merchants, travelers, other sorts of means. Not many people know exactly how it's transmitted, but it can be quite deadly. About a third of the town was killed in 78, and the disease spreads slowly at first and then rapidly, developing into a clamping feeling in the chest that produces more and more powerful coughs and spasms. The colloquial name is from sometimes in the later progressions of the disease. The subject will spasm and cough violently enough to spray a wall or surface with blood, creating a whip like appearance.
I'll
It can be
cringe.
quite
I'll cringe at this.
Is this description of the disease matching up with what I read on it?
So this is not, he's talking about something very different.
Okay.
None of your patients turn into monsters, though.
Uh,
I think we're talking about two different afflictions.
ah, well, I I would initially say that that is good, but if there is a chance of turning into a monster, then I guess I will have to reserve judgment.
He should be
In,
better tomorrow. It's fine.
in any case, if it is
You
something
said that
that
yesterday.
you have something that you wish I can use a ritual that will help ease the affliction, assuming that it is something that can be removed, and assuming that you are healthy and hale enough to survive the process of the removal of the disease.
define healthy enough?
I was about to say, Philly, how do you feel?
One of the issues with the whip is it spreads very rapidly. The rituals and magics to combat the disease are expensive, and some of them can be very dangerous. It is difficult to convince someone whose loved one is very ill that they should trust in a magic that has a capacity to kill, that they won't be one of the lucky ones that simply sleep it off. They cough and they bleed and they recover. Some people recover with very limited side effects. Some don't recover at all. But if the magic is used on you and if you are healthy enough to survive, then you do not have any lingering effects from the whip or other diseases. It's just expensive and difficult and carries its own risks.
How many people have you cast this on?
I cast much more frequently back in my days as a assistant professor, but maybe a dozen or so here in the Reach, 80 or
And
90 back in university.
and out of those 80 or 90, how many failed?
Oh, I never lost a subject back at the university. However, of the 11 castings here in the Reach, 4 of them were already too far gone or had other ailments and were not able to recover.
You're not inspiring confidence. I appreciate the thought.
So he smiles and says, I am not a good salesman. I have been told that in the past. I am not trying to sell you anything. I want you to be aware of what the risks are and what my capabilities are. The people in this town need to be able to trust one another, as I mentioned, and when the whip came, I was here. I used my rituals on 3 people during the previous whip, all 3 of which survived, I might note. And even with that, there has to be an understanding of acceptance of risk. I don't want people to regret not only the extreme expenditure of money and resources in order to cast the ritual, but the risk inherent with it is something that I want people to be aware of rather than something that is a surprise.
My life has been a series of surprises for the past few months. Maybe it would have been better if he kept it that way.
It still sounds like it is a different disease. We've already cured one of our crewmates. We're halfway through curing Philly. I believe it's safe to just leave it another day. We will make sure he keeps his distance from others during that time.
What do you mean halfway through curing?
Well, we got you from stage 2 to stage 1. That's halfway.
So he basically nods. He's trying to just make it clear that, he can help. He would like to help if you want help, but also, is explaining that it's expensive. I will also say that, these are small town people. So when he talks about like the extreme expenditure of resources, it's going to be cost prohibitive. Like normal ritual casting is cost prohibitive for most people in the world. So
I guess I'm not clear.
Yeah, what I'll say to him is, I appreciate your offer. I think it would do more for me if you prayed to whatever god you pray to, and if you don't pray to any god, then whisper to the wind.
So basically, just so you guys are clear, what he's talking about is the ritual cure disease. If you guys want to look it up, you can.
We have access to that, don't we?
I don't.
Yeah.
I think you guys have removed affliction. I don't think the group has cure disease.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
But cure disease, it's 150 gold, which for townsfolk is prohibitively expensive. Like that's an extreme expenditure of resources. For you guys, it's not that expensive.
I mean, it's up to Philly. I'm down to experiment with him, but it's up to him.
Yeah. Again,
Again, I already said no. It's okay.
I'm just making it clear again that sort of what I call signal fidelity, right? Like what the NPC is explaining to you, he's explaining to you in the terms that he's used to using. So 150 gold is an enormous amount of money for a townsperson, and that's the point I'm trying to make with you. So when he's talking about this thing, he's talking about the risks of a normal townsfolk getting access to that much money and then having the thing cast on him, and talking about how the town struggled so heavily in 78 because of how expensive and how difficult it is to cast this ritual.
Yeah, I already said, I'm down for just waiting another day. Griffle can finish healing you.
Okay, so what other things do you have to talk to about him?
I've asked a bunch. Do you guys have anything? I know it was my dream, but I've asked, I think, a lot of the critical questions. Can't think of any else off the top of my head.
Have you asked him a question that points us somewhere, or we just have more questions?
No, I guess because I was hoping he knew more about the storm and like what causes it. He mentioned planes and stuff like that. I wonder, like, could this almost be magic from another plane? But
Yeah,
how
I
would we
mean, it
figure
seems
that
like
out?
it kind of is. So, I guess I would ask him,
Real
you
quick
know,
before,
yeah,
because we did kind of talk about a bunch of other things and get sidetracked in things. He did talk about like writing some stuff down and assuming that you guys knew what he was talking about.
Oh
Did
yeah.
you want to bring that up more, or do you want to kind of move on to something else? Or
I guess we should. That's a good point. One, do you want to ask your question, and then I'll circle back to that?
sure. So he had mentioned, that he's been doing all of this research on storms for years, and a lot of his conjectures have been disproven. And then he sort of moved on from that. So I'd like to ask him, what are some of the things that you've been able to disprove about the storm's nature?
yes, well, like I said, if you asked people here in the Reach, they all have different assumptions about the nature of the storms and what causes them to continue, what causes them to end. And I thought when doing my research that making those assumptions and then going on from there and trying to develop methods of proving or disproving the various folk theories would be useful in narrowing down the causes and things of that nature. For example, in this region of the Reach, there is two primary theories. Well, I guess technically three, but two ones that are widely believed, and one that is prevalent in other places in the Reach and is less prevalent, still existent here. First theory, by far the most prevalent in these areas, that is also very, at least to my mind, conclusively disproven, is that the connection of the Fangrove and the storm, and there being some sort of direct link to the people that the Bulogs worship, this witch. She goes by many names, but the most common is the Witch of the Fangrove Fen. She is associated with being a spirit or powerful sorceress, a caster of the Force Primeval. And there is a widespread belief that the storms are either her displeasure or her worship, signs of diminishing or heightening power. Depending on who you ask, there you ask any of the Bulog people, assuming you can do so without being eaten, and they will tell you that the storms are a sign of time to do things, to go and act, to bring your will into the world, to capture more people, and to sacrifice more to their mistress. Yeah. It is a sign that she is displeased, but is close to the world enough to contact. But you speak to the more common folk here, the people that would be ones less likely to eat you, and they would say a similar thing, but in reverse, that this is a reassertion of power, that this is her blanketing the Reach in her waters and cold and turning the entire world into a swamp, one area at a time. But I set up quite a few sensors, things that are delicate to the presence of the Force Primeval, and I was not able to detect any inclinations of change. Although the power is stronger here, certainly, there's no doubt in that. It has not changed since the storm began. It's still as prevalent as it has always been, but it is no weaker or stronger than it had been before.
Um, when he says force primeval, can I am I able to like cause our green glow to happen?
So you've been able to use the power before, and that can make it happen?
Yeah. So can
But
I yeah.
Sorry, real quick one, because I had a very similar thought. You and Syl are the ones with that, correct?
Philly and I
Philly.
think.
Okay.
I have
Phil,
to have it.
yeah.
Because I was just trying to figure out, because going back to the water not hitting Syl, I was trying to figure out why. And
I
if I
think
had to
that's the
do
cloak.
just the cloak. Okay.
I
I
think
also assumed
so.
it was my cloak.
Sorry, what cloak is that?
All of us received a gift from Elronway the Spider. Syl was the only one to pick the cloak over the armor enhancement.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Sorry. Back to your thing one, because I thought that had to tie together as well, but I thought it had to do with Syl, so I just had the people wrong. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think so when Hatterai brings up the Force Primeval and the Witch, I would like try to make the power appear and say, is this what you mean by Force Primeval?
what is your do you have the button that you can click like you use the power?
The fire?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Um do, do, do.
So you're going to be able to control like kind of in the picture there is this fire that's burning pretty brightly in the hearth.
Mhm.
The idea is that you use this to manipulate fire in some way. Are you going to do that?
Um no, that seems scary. I feel like I would just kind of maybe like have fire wreathing my hand, which seems a lot less scary.
Okay. So, when he's talking about the Force Primeval, you show the power. He looks at it, and then you see him do that sort of like squinting his eyes, that the thing where you can tell like he's kind of opening up his senses beyond just eyesight. And then, continues the thing that he was saying. And when he finishes, he says, if that was the use of the Force Primeval, I am not natively able to detect it, although I have sensors that can do so. I would say that if you are a user of that power, it is less frowned upon here in the Reach, but Emmett's Rest is, I guess you could say, only 1 foot in the Reach and 1 foot in the more, I guess you could call it, civilized world. And there are people here that would react quite negatively to that.
Why is that?
It's a lot of cultural things, but some things that do show truth. the power has unusual rules associated with it. Some things that can be done with it cannot be done with magic, or are difficult to emulate, or function very differently using normal arcane means. And other things don't work either as a magical thing or as someone wielding Force Primeval. But more than anything else, the lack of knowledge, the lack of study, the lack of understanding of that power leads to not understanding enough of the rules that some of the pitfalls associated with it won't be known until you fall into them. And that can lead to madness, to unsustainable, uncontrollable outbursts of energy, of emotion, of rage, of dangerous things. And people remember those stories because stories of violence are the best to be remembered in a culture, the easiest told around the fire. Your insight basically says that he is looking at it from a very clinical perspective. Like,
Mhm.
if he has an opinion on the Force Primeval, he's sort of intentionally avoiding bringing that into it. In the same way that he's talked about a lot of things, he's talking about it more like a professor covering a topic, not really his own opinions on things.
Gotcha.
Earlier, you mentioned that you had written some things down. I do not believe they were part of my premonition or divination that I saw. Would you be willing to share those with us?
So he, so, um, yeah, yes, no, yes, of course. A moment. And he goes and he hobbles over into the other room, and you hear him sort of tinkering around in the other room. And he comes back in and shows you, like, has several big pieces of paper in his hand, and he shows you some writing on it. And I really thought I had this, but I see one of the things, and I don't see the one that I'm supposed to show you guys. So if I find it in a minute, I'll share it with you. Otherwise, it'll have to could be a note that I'm going to put in the Prosperity channel.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to put that as a note for myself and pin that until I put it up here because I know I'm looking at the spot where I think it should be, but it's not there or it's not properly done. So he shows you this sort of oversized piece of paper for the amount of writing on it, and then you can see that there is sort of one line of writing, and then there's a pretty big gap, like maybe 3 or 4 inches on the page, and then another line of writing, and then a big gap and another line of writing, and there's lots and lots of notations and diacritical marks and lots of of little like variations, right? So like that you see a word, but then you see the word written like 3 or 4 times near that word, like it's slightly off. Um, Again, I wish that I had this because I spent time working on this and I don't know where it is. But yeah, so you can see that there's a word and then there's like 6 or 7 versions of that word written right around it with like slightly different marks and stuff on it. It does look like it's written in common, but when you try to read the words don't make any sense. Like it's gibberish.
Okay, I was about to ask, do we recognize any of the words? Do any of them mean anything to us?
So he kind of shows you the paper and he says, so if you're familiar with our mutual acquaintance, Professor Farshung is very specific in her expertise. She is by far one of the best linguists in the world for the specific knowledge of things that are difficult to translate. However, uh, whenever you are to give something to her, the amount of context that you're able to provide is going to determine her demeanor and her response. I heard a sound, a great booming voice when the storm first was beginning. I felt the voice more than I heard it. Really, it woke me up from a deep sleep, and that thrumming, the constant vibration in the back of my mind that is now associated with my keystones. It began with this rhythm of a voice. I I believe I don't know for certain, but I believe the language is some form of giant. But I am unfortunately not very familiar with the language myself. I've done this attempt at phonetics, and I'm hoping I can get closer as I think more about the rhythm of things. And there is a couple of people here, one gentleman in particular, that is fluent in giant. And so we discuss over lunches most days things that this might be. Uh, Things you hear in a different language that sound like something that you've heard before. But I unfortunately don't feel like I'm that much closer now than I was when I first heard it. And he just sort of gestures, and you can see that basically like, he's written the same word several times with different inflections on different things. Where, yeah, this is like a phonetic translation of his memory of hearing this thing in a language he doesn't know.
What is it?
What is what?
The word.
It's a series. It's a whole bunch of words. This is the part that I don't have for you guys. So
Ah,
let me. I can redo part of it. So give me. Why don't we take like a 5 minute break? Let's
okay.
come back at 5 after, and I can either find the thing that I'm looking for, or I can redo this thing. One or the other.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
See,
You know, the kind of gaps. If in those gaps there's a bunch of like notes of like different ways of saying the different words. That's what the paper looks like. And at the very bottom, I also included the raw version of the giant speech that you've heard before.
Sorry, that we've heard before. Is this the same giant speech we heard in Celestia?
I'm putting it there as contrast.
Oh, I see. I got it. Okay. Now, I was curious, and I don't think I got the right ones anyway, but the reading spectacles I had, I mean, if someone writes down a different language, they're obviously not writing it in that language. So reading spectacles wouldn't help anyway, right?
Yeah, they're not gonna do very much with someone writing it. Like if you have spectacles that read, for example, giant, if they're writing it in common, like using the common language, it's not gonna be super helpful. It's like trying to
Yeah.
translate someone that wrote, you know, the Gettysburg Address, but they wrote it as a Russian who doesn't speak English, writing in the Acylic, like writing in
Yeah.
their writing it like it's
We're trying to write Japanese using English pronunciations and phonetics.
yeah. Although if you know Japanese, a lot of times you can be like, okay, well, I know what they're trying to say there.
Yeah. But if you don't know Japanese, trying to read with spectacles that let you read Japanese wouldn't help anyway, if it was in an English alphabet.
Yeah, I mean, basically the equivalent there, right, is if it's written in the Romaji, which is like the English explanations, like the English letters.
Mm-hmm.
If it's written in Romaji, and you have a guide, you have like a little handbook next to you that tells you what the translation for katakana is. It's not going to help you, even if you're holding on to the thing that says in katakana, this means fish. If you don't see the word fish on the page, you don't have the missing piece in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was my assumption, but figured best task.
All right, so I think we're all back. Could you toss a 1 in the Discord if you're not back, or if you are back? Because I only see 3 1s in there, but I think more than 3 people are here.
Oh, we were all putting it in the You said Discord.
In
Roll
in roll on Discord. Cool. All right. So
So
yes.
I'm probably, I know you guys were already kind of talking about this, but I do have the ritual for giant, but also I'm wondering if this is the angel speech, I guess. Like, would I?
So there's a reason that I included the 2 different things.
Okay.
So the first thing that I included, Hatterize,
Hmm.
is what is actually that piece of paper. The second thing, the other old giant thing, that is the thing, the original text from what Renata translated.
Okay.
And I was putting them side by side to make it clear that they are different.
Okay. So, okay.
Does the ritual help understand spoken language or just written language?
Spoken language.
I wonder if the ritual would help, like maybe the writing won't help, but no, if he says he's already discussing it with someone who speaks giant, the ritual isn't going to help anyway.
Well, my ritual is for ancient giant. I have modern and ancient, but
I mean, how many of those rituals do we have?
it's just 50 gold per. Or no, it's 10 gold per.
I mean, it's not a terrible idea to try. See if he can speak it, and if it's ancient and the ritual helps. I mean, it can't hurt.
Maybe we could have the guy who speaks giant read it to make it better. Well, I guess it's still just hatterized.
Well, if
Yeah, I'd
Hatterai
be willing.
heard it, saying it and writing it are hard as well. Like, if
True.
you hear someone say something, you can probably say it mostly okay. You can't really write it from a different language, but you can kind of sound it out even if you don't know what it meant. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be willing to try if he wants to say it to me, and I will comprehend it.
So he'll, as you guys are having this conversation, he is, listening along, and he's saying, "Well, yeah, I have someone who does speak in the modern giant, in true giant, actually, which I think this is, and he was able to let me know that one of these words is, um, well, 2 of these words actually are words in giant. So I'm fairly certain that that is what it is. But one of them is disused. It's a word that he was able to recognize, but one that is not a common word, I guess, is a better way. It's something that has fallen out of use over time. And another word is something that is a very common word in a scripture, something that uses place names. So he points in the page, this in the third line, this Craigiok or Craigiok. I'm not good with the pronunciations. This means stony or rocky, or something that is hard. Um, and in this last stanza, this unwaith, this is um, this is something that was used to mean like only, but it's has like an old feel to it, more like once upon a time, that sort of thing. So if you have measures of languages, I've tried some of them, the ones that I have. Which languages do you have? So he goes and he reaches into, he's got a little side desk that has a bunch of books and stuff on it, and he pulls off what you would recognize as like focus codices for comprehend languages.
Um, well, I would try ancient giant. Would be the one I think might be most relevant.
Yeah. So you have an ancient giant codices. Is it different from this one? And he hands you a little These are kind of like do you know like a prayer book, like the little like uh or am I thinking like the tiny notebooks, right? Like the little composition notebooks that you get.
Hmm.
That's what I think of these things looking like. So he hands you his little, micro notebook that he uses as ritual focus. Is it similar to this one?
Is it similar to that one, Gary?
I need to. I don't remember which one you have. So
I have
each of the
Ancient
things
Giant.
have. It should have. It's ancient true giant, right?
I wrote down Ancient Giant.
Okay, because it should have 3 pieces, right? So it should
I didn't
have.
know we made a distinction between different
It should
types. I
have
thought there was just
time, culture, and language.
Oh, that is not what I have written down.
Okay, hang on. It might be because it's the same word twice. It might be ancient giant giant. It might be ancient what is called true giant. I'm just trying to look for it real quick.
So when I look at my list of comprehend languages, they're all just a time and a race. So I have modern vampiric, middle vampiric, modern giant, ancient giant, modern draconic.
Okay, so the modern draconic needs something associated with it, but the others are probably just the basic.
Okay.
Um, we can also work at that later. So,
Okay.
he you can look at the codice and you can kind of like compare them. His and yours are a little different. So his is ancient true giant, but his codice is a little different than yours. Like it's similar, but it's not quite the same. And he would explain that if you show him yours, he says, you've got these are the more high giants. These are the people that would be record keepers and things of that nature. I have the more common folk. These are mountain giants, and those are sea giants. He takes
Mhm.
your hand back, or takes the codices back. So yours is very similar to his, but it's a little different.
Okay. Well, I would try it.
All right. So you do a casting. And I'm going to ask, since you're going to know whether you succeed or fail or not, I'm going to have you make the check. Give me
Okay.
an insight check as he tries to sort of read his way through this.
Okay.
Okay, so 22. We are level 6. Just shy of hard DC. So what Hatterai does when he reads through things is he reads through the whole thing once, relatively quickly, and then he goes and reads like line by line, switching out some of the pronunciations slightly, like twisting his words, saying things a little differently. And most of the time when he's talking, the spell has a hard time like latching on to what he's saying. Some of the things that he says, the Twain and Kregoyak, he like you can really clearly understand. Like the spell hits it, and you know exactly what he's saying. So you know you've got the right language.
Hmm.
It's just really hard. And yes, light the dark mode is super hard to see anyone's rolls.
Yep.
Drock's like crit roll earlier was totally fine to see.
If you do it in an emote, then the text is brown.
Yeah. So if you do it in like /me here, so I do like this, like that.
Oh, I see.
You can see it, but it's really hard to see otherwise.
All right.
We're gonna have to change all of our macros.
Or you just I probably will switch back and forth between them. Anyways, so as he's going through, there's a couple of words that are very easy to latch onto. Pretty much the ones that he's already said. But the more that he talks, the more that he twists it around, the more you're able to kind of be like, well, that does try to get a hold of the word. And if you spend a little bit of time working with him, you can get a couple more pieces of what's being said. You can tell that the first, let me just do this. I'm going to type this out rather than say it, because this is what my handout should look like. I just don't know why I can't. See, 20, you got 22. All right, so I'll hit the save button. So you get enough that you're fairly certain that whatever this is isn't giant.
Mhm.
But either his recollection of what's happening, his understanding of what's happening, what he wrote down, or like maybe the codices are slightly off because from his explanation, using his codice, he only got 2 words out of it.
Mhm.
So maybe yours is closer than his, or maybe you're just better at inferring it or having a second person. You're not sure what the effect is, but you did get quite a bit more than he's been able to get,
Mhm.
but there's still these big gaps.
Okay. But it definitely sounds very prophecy-like. So, like, this is just a loud, booming voice that he heard in the sky when the storm started, correct?
Yes. Another thing you'll notice, and I'm going to kind of continue with the insight check, is that when he read it a couple of different ways,
Mm-hmm.
when he was reading it the short versions, he was reading it very like word by word.
Mm-hmm.
When he read it fully through the first time, there was a definite flow in the way that he said it. Like it was kind of awkward, but there was like a rhythm in the way that he said it the first time that isn't present when he's going like word by word.
Almost like a poem.
Yeah, like a poem.
Can I um ask him what the voice sounded like?
Sure. Sorry, Foxy just messaged me. So he says, it's difficult. I was just waking up. Part of the reason that I'm regrettably done a terrible job of properly transcribing the voice is scrambling around looking for light and for something to write with and wasn't able to listen. But the voice was, I'm not sure if it was loud or not. I heard it, but other people in the town didn't say they were woken up by it. But if I heard it inside of my house, I must imagine that means that it must have been loud. But I'm not so sure. But the voice was deep, certainly masculine of some form or fashion, and there was a mournful tone to it, I guess is the best way to say it. A deep and terrible rhythm that carried with it some meaning I wish I knew.
Um,
Hello, Foxy.
God, I'm so sorry. I just woke up.
It's okay.
no
Once
worries. Welcome.
I'm glad you're able to make it. Once you're able to kind of shake the sleep out of your eyes and feel like you're awake, we'll kind of bring you up to speed. And
Filibuster did die because he failed his disease check.
We had to do it without you there.
I mean, it was rough. The combat to kill him was kind of cathartic, but you know.
We all really healed a lot through that.
So yes, so he gives you this thing. You get a little bit more of a translation, but there's still chunks missing.
I'm sadly still alive. Everyone's lying to you.
Can I I want to like try to emulate Tarsariel and be like, did it sound like this? Maybe I'll enlist Jock and Philly and we can do
Multi voice.
a 3-part harmony.
You could do like Gary. Sorry if I'm wrong. Oh, I guess he hears your telepathic voice like he imagines you sound rather than what you actually sound like. But I was wondering if you could like transmit a triple voice to him.
Yeah, like can I do my project consciousness so there are 2 of me and then speak in unison?
I mean, you can get things that are sounds and whatnot, and like images and things with telepathy to a certain degree. So you're not going to be able. Let me. How do I phrase this? You're not going to be able to do a convincing imitation of Tesserial. You
Yeah.
could do something that would get you close enough that you're like, it sounds kind of something vaguely like this, if that makes sense. Like if someone had heard Tesserial before and you try to imitate him, you're not going to succeed. If someone else has already heard him before and you're like, oh, the voice was bigger and it was kind of like this, you can do sort of a rough, I guess, evoking of it rather than a mimicking of it.
Yeah, let's try that.
So he listens. He says, I don't think so. And one quick thing. There was something very specific about Tyserial's voice. Do you guys remember what it was? Like not the sound of his voice, but when he spoke, the language that he was speaking, there was something very unique to him that happened. Do you guys remember?
Oh,
what it
didn't
was?
it always translate to
It was
what?
your native language.
Yeah.
Right. When Tyserial spoke, you could tell he was not speaking in whatever language you were hearing, but you heard it in your native tongue.
Right.
So he does say that the voice had this sort of ethereal booming quality to it. So he can sort of like that is sort of the effect that it had. But as far as he obviously didn't understand it was what it was saying, so it's not exactly the same.
Maybe it was like a different angel.
I don't know if you're sharing that question or assumption with Hadarai.
I'll share it with the group telepathically.
So,
Hadarai, I had asked earlier about what the water does to others. We came across a captain's log from another ship, and it seemed to indicate that his crew drank some of the water that was collected in barrels on deck. And at first they were, melancholy, almost like the Storm Brew Ale. And afterwards seemed to get really invigorated. One seemed to attack a Leviathan on his own just with a sword, and of course, met the fate you would expect. But you seemed to indicate that the water itself, without purification and distillation, wouldn't really do anything. But the log seems to indicate otherwise. Could this storm, or maybe their proximity to the ocean, have caused something else?
An interesting theory. Not something I've been able to test properly myself. I don't think any proximity to greater bodies of water has stronger impacts of the storm. the people actually in Three Trees who are right against the water seem to have little to no effect from most of the weather. But if these people were drinking exclusively the rainwater, that might have some version of an effect on them. I could understand that. Again, we drink from the wells, which is groundwater mixed in with many other things, and I have not noticed any impact of the people here. But then again, he sort of strokes his chin a little bit. I guess that there could be something to that. I know someone who has been working day and night drinking from barrels of rainwater. And if it did have a similar effect on people, that might make certain things make a little bit more sense. Although, that's going to make me worry a bit about my friend. You see him sort of staring off, like deep in thought.
I also feel like one really wants to say "I told you so," but
I would never.
Pardon me.
I would never.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. Out of character, it's. I don't know what else to ask. Like, we still don't really have a direction or anything on where to go or what to do.
Well, there's this witch who is not the cause of these storms, according to this guy. Um, um, Gary, remind me what I'm supposed to know about Saint Taishan. He was an orc, right?
He was, yeah.
And you're saying the language that I actually chose for Ancient Giant is Ancient Sea Giant?
Other way around. So the one that Hatterai has is ancient sea giant. You have the more traditional, normal, ancient true giant.
Ancient True Giant. Okay. And would an old-timey orc speak Ancient True Giant?
I mean, orcs do speak giant, but they speak orcish giant. So the true giant. So the cultural piece, right? So the cultural element, it can be would be true giant for the giant people, or like Goliaths, for example. They also speak true giant. Orcs speak giant, but they speak the orcish version of giant. So they speak. So an ancient orc would be much more likely to speak ancient orcish giant than ancient true giant.
Gotcha. Okay. Hmm.
So he kind of snaps out of things. So, how did you come to Emmett's Rest? I am curious if you came from the road down from Old Axe, if you saw anyone on your way here. A friend of mine, the smith, Ephron, he's been consuming a lot of the rainwater cooped up in his forge, trying to finish a bunch of orders from the people of the keep. And he's been missing now for a couple of days. I had initially just sort of written it off as him needing some time to himself away from his son, but now I'm wondering what else he might have gotten into. I'm hoping you saw him on the road on the way here.
Ooh, side note, were not one of you guys a smith in your dream? Is that not a thing?
I was not.
I wasn't.
I don't recall.
Hmm.
Was that a Foxy thing?
Was not Foxy was not a smith in her dream.
Huh. Okay.
Or Griffle, whatever.
So what did we have? We had a chieftain,
I was a fisherman.
a fisherman.
I was the brother of a chieftain, and they were discussing appointing me.
So you had Hatterai, the chieftain, the brother of the chief, the former noble, who is now a fisherman. You had the noble woman, which is who Griffle was. And then I already said Hatterai, the first mate on the ship.
Right. Okay.
Did anyone
All right.
answer Hatterai's question?
Nope.
I was just gonna say, I apologize. We came from the hills out to the east. We came by boat and traveled across the hills. We did not come from the south or see your friend.
Well, wherever you go, if you leave here, if you happen to go north or back to your ways east, if you can keep your eyes open for signs of our local smith, I would appreciate it. I had told his son that he must be just somewhere relaxing after his work was complete and needing time to himself. He was a very private young man in his youth, but knowing this, water might have effect on people without being distilled if it is consumed exclusively is giving me a little bit of a cause for concern.
We will, of course, keep an eye out for your friend, though we do not know our next plans. We're hoping for some guidance once we got to Emot's rest, but I think we just have more questions than answers as normal.
He shrugs. I guess the question is, what are you looking to do? I know quite a few things, areas and places. If you'll agree to search wherever you go for Ephron, then I can try to help you out in ways that I can. What are you trying to do?
Understand the storm and the dreams and the significance and why we were led here. And then telepathically to the group, I want to ask, do we want to share anyone else's dreams with Hatterai?
I would share my dream.
Yeah, I would share mine as well.
So I do want you to give me your character, like an in character recounting of your dream for Hatterai, because while normally just hey, I tell a person the thing, in this instance the specifics are going to matter. So,
Mhm.
so one, what do you tell him about your dream?
I would tell him that I was a first mate on a ship that was in a fishing flotilla. Um, I think the port of origin was Hardholm, and we got reports of the storm, which I believe is the storm that's going on right now. And uh, we, as the captain was going to call the boats to come home and to turn up the beacon's power, the Leviathan came and overtook our flotilla, and I believe we all died.
He nods along. I'm not sure what I can add to that. Flotillas are common in the North Sea. Many beacons are difficult to come by, especially ones with strength enough to be significant deterrents. Often, the ones they have are the center of small fleets in the North Sea. Not as common in the East, but beyond that, I'm not sure what I can add.
I would also say that the Leviathan that I think attacked us at the end um, was at least 200 feet long.
His eyes widen at that a little bit. I've not heard of one being reported that long outside of mythologies and legends and stories. There are, of course, stories of 1,000-foot leviathans, but documented records of anything over 100 feet is, you could call them scarce, and I would call them unreliable resources.
So I would say that um, that certainly felt unprecedented in my dream, but um, based on what Drac has told you about having a dream of being you, I believe that this is true, and I believe that this is going to happen very soon. So whatever we can do to understand the purpose of these dreams and how they are related, and if we can mitigate the events or save lives, we would want to do that.
Well, I will give you what information I can. I'm not sure what else I can do. I'm I'm not able to go into the swamps and things myself. I I made the mistake years ago of well, some of the beacons, keystones that you saw when you were looking through my eyes. I placed myself in the fens, but that was a mistake. I'm a scholar. I'm not an adventurer. I was captured by one of the Bulog tribes, and I was suspended among one of their breeding pools, and uh, I know now that their typical methods are to drug a sacrifice and then keep them suspended over one of the pools as they carve off pieces and use some sort of alchemical healing to prevent the person from passing too quickly. Um, I was able to make it with, and he kind of rubs his thigh a little bit. Only a relatively small piece missing. Um, they did not have enough experience with Eladrin, my people, to know that I needed to be blindfolded to be properly kept. But a mistake I would not make again. So, if you are going out there and looking for things, just be aware that there are many dangers around. And if there is some way that I can assist you to not have similar handicaps that come with you out of your time in the Reach, I will do what I can. You said there was other dreams, other visions.
Yes. Oh, yes. I don't know how much you'll be able to get from mine, but a husband and wife or couple are sitting down to dinner and discussing the storm and how it's killed the last two chiefs and whether he'd be in line to be the next chief. And then the husband suddenly, or the wife suddenly passes out, and the husband worries about whether the powdered acewort in her food was too much, and then he starts to drag her out into the storm. I don't know. I've never been able to get much out of it.
Hmm. He turns back to one of many. You didn't mention any names, proper nouns, things of that nature, something that will help narrow it down. I assume that means you didn't have any, and you either? He looks-
Unfortunately, very few. I do know the name Fizz. That was a gnome on the ship where I worked.
He
Um,
shakes his head. Unfortunately, not what I'm familiar with. You said some chieftain. Do
Yes,
you know?
I know his wife's name was Mora, and there was mention of a man named Khar, Khar, or but I've never, but there are no other details.
Ah, yes. Cardin Furak. I He is the current chief of Wormhall. Uh, his brother died in some sort of incident down at the Horns. That at least I know a little bit of something about. Although this business with his wife, I'm unfamiliar with. But no, the previous chief of the Wormhall people, he went on a journey as a spiritual vision quest or some sort of thing when the storm first began, and he died during it. The tribal peoples of the north often keep these coincidences as having some sort of mystical component to them, and dying during the perils of the storm during such a quest uh, leads people to believe he was unfit for rulership. And one of their wise people, a shaman that I believe I must have met once, but I can't remember her name, is currently advising Carr, the new chief of their clan. I haven't spoken to them in a couple of weeks, but that's going to be a change in society, I imagine.
Interesting. So we can definitely say these visions are happening now.
Mm-hmm.
This is so myself, the first mate on a ship, and and the new chief of Wormhole. I guess it's some company to be in. Did any of you have another vision?
My
Hmm.
dream. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You can go.
Um, so my dream involved being on the north coast during a storm, much like this one that we're having. um, and I lived with my family on this coast, pretty far from other established settlements, but somewhat near Wormhole. Um, and in my dream, the Leviathans are out at sea, driving fish into the beach. So we're harvesting these fish. Um, and then a blue dragon lands on the beach and kills my son. Um, I know in my dream that I was speaking modern orcish giant, um, and I have some kind of connection to a primal spirit named. Why do I not have it written down here? Icebeard, I believe.
A lot of the primal spirits of those that are uh, wielders of, or people that can tap into the force primeval, are personalized. They aren't they aren't spirits that you would worship in a temple or church. I'm not sure I will be able to shed much light on a particular spirit, but the blue dragon, the blood of the blue death, is spread all across the north. I haven't seen one anywhere close to Three Trees or that far south, but that vision must have been almost as far north as the continent goes if there was a blue dragon involved.
And
Um,
I also had a dream where I was at Three Trees and I was a chieftain approaching the mounds that are there and noticed that was different than the last time I visited. And then some sort of betrayal happened and I was killed.
The
It's a
mounds of
little.
Three Trees.
Mhm.
I've not been to Three Trees personally, but I have seen drawings and spoken to people there. I'm not familiar with any mounds at Three Trees. What sort of things do they look like?
Gary, if I remember correctly, it was like literally like little hills, basically, right?
Yeah, so he's basically saying, for everyone else, they give him a rundown of the thing, and he's like, okay, well that seems to match. Nothing seems to be out of place. When you give your description, he says that doesn't match. That there's something that I'm missing. So he's wanting more description. So he's saying, do you see these mounds? I'm not familiar with any of those being in Three Trees. Give me some other sort of descriptors. Like what else was going on here?
Well, I had just walked out of a river, and whoever I was noticed that when there had previously been 3 sets of stairs, there were now 4. And
Sets
as
of
I
stairs. Stairs leading to where?
again is walking up the stairs, and the person noticed that they had been here previously, and when there had been 3 of these hills, mounds, or whatever they were, there were now 4, as if something was causing a larger change in the world.
Hmm. Three Trees. The town is a place where stairs are a bit out of place. It's a town that's built right on the water's edge of Lake Obai with little inlets and rivers. They don't even have proper streets as you and I would consider them. Instead, they have waterways, mostly with small boats, canoes, things of that nature that they use to get around. Mm, If you were seeing stairs, you must have been indoors, outside of the city. Where were you? That's what I wish to know. This might be helpful if it is something that doesn't match with the others.
I don't recall being in a city, but I do know I was outside, and it's almost like I was in a bowl. Like there was after I walked up the stairs, sorry. After I walked up the stairs, I saw these mounds, and then beyond the mounds there was a hillside, and that's where whatever enemies attacked from.
He kind of shakes his head. I think maybe you have your location incorrect. There are no hills around Three Trees. It's very flat. It's one of the only flat places here in the Reach. The town sits only a few feet above water level at the best of times. If you were in Three Trees, then it is radically different. How did you know you were in the Three Trees?
I'm gonna have to look at this. I believe I was told, like I knew, right? I just knew.
I'm not saying anything. I did not tell you were in Three Trees directly.
Oh, what? This feels like a lie. You have no reason to lie, but where is it?
So look into that for a second. I want to talk to Griffle/Foxy for just a second while you're doing that. Um, do you want us to bring you up to what we're doing? What do you want to do?
So we've got like another hour of session time, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Give me like the Reader's Digest version and I'll see if I can hop in somewhere. I'm feeling a little more awake now.
Gotcha. So basically, this whole session has mostly been about going to Emmett's Rest. So everybody woke up. Since you weren't here, I gave them the captain's log. So after
There's like a whole roleplay scene for that as well. I was gonna be like, guys, I think we have a problem.
we definitely still do that because there was a good bit of roleplay done with the scene. I was trying to give you time to come, and then when they talked about the daylight saving, I was like, crap. But so there was a little bit of discussion about what to do about that, kind of what exactly what it all meant. And then they basically decided, well, it was something that if they're going to deal with it, they need to deal with it later, but they need to go to Emmett's Rest. So the group went to Emmett's Rest. They went through a orchard that was all like locked down and closed up, and there's signs of flooding everywhere. They went into the town, stopped by the church in town, and saw that it's this sort of polytheistic temple with a bunch of like individual worship booths, and spoke to a woman there, and got a little bit of a feel for the town, and then headed to Hatterai's house, where Hatterai greeted them, and they've basically spent the vast majority of the session talking to Hatterai about what's going on in the Reach. Um, weirdly, weirdly, it's not a terrible session to miss with the recording done because, well, obviously you won't be able to interact with it. If you want to come and talk, if you have time to listen to the recording and then you talk to me, we can retcon stuff in or answer questions or whatever. Like that's going to be fairly easy to do. It'd be very difficult to summarize their whole conversation with Hatterai because it has been like a couple of hours now.
Yeah. Understandable. Okay, so who is Hatterai?
Hatterai is the guy that I was during my dream with the rod. So when I had my dream, it
Okay.
was as Hatterai, and apparently, what we basically learned is he was doing a divination, or had recently done a divination, in and around the time that I had the dream. So that's, he thinks, what connected us, not it as an actual dream, but kind of as a connection through that divination. We showed him the rod. He realized that it was somehow living, but he couldn't explain why. We didn't really elaborate on it further or tell him that you snapped one in half and it grew back. He's already a little creeped out that I saw through his eyes, so we're kind of like downplaying some of those things.
Cautious, yeah.
What was also really interesting, so the lady we ran into at the church and Hatterai, both them and I felt like we knew each other, even though we didn't really understand why. The lady at the church realized that she didn't, I think, and when she stepped away, kind of like alluded that I used a magic on her, and we didn't really explain it or anything. We just kind of left and went to Hatterai's, which is what she told us to do. But both of them are familiar with me without explanation, except the divination.
There was also a little bit of a section where Hatterai seemed to assume that the group was there to have one of them cured of disease. And there was some discussion of what the disease was.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
he thought it was a different disease. He thought it was something called the whip, which is like a coughing disease. And we're basically saying, no, it is something else. We're in the process of healing it. We can probably deal with it on our own. We're here for information.
And that's, I mean, there's a lot more to talk about, but I feel like that might be an okay Reader's Digest version to get you to where they are now. And I think what the group is trying to do is get enough information from Hatterai to get a location to maybe start looking at. And one of the big things that Hatterai basically was talking about was that he knows a bunch of stuff about the Reach. He knows a lot about the peoples and things. But one of the things that he's been frustrated with is that he had a lot of assumptions from different people of what was actually going on, what starts the storm, what stops the storm, what causes it, all that sort of thing. And he set up a bunch of tests to prove or disprove things. And thus far, he has a bunch of examples of what it's not, but not a lot of ideas of what it is. So the group is sharing dreams. So ideally, we're at the point now that I can look back at Filibuster and say, so why do you think you were in Three Trees?
Okay, I was mistaken. I apologize, Mr. Hatterai.
It's perfectly fine.
I was at a place that is known as Three Trees. Or I guess the mounds that I was looking at were known as Three Trees, each one having a special representation. And the location, it was a traditional place of battle, essentially, where chieftains would challenge each other to take the role. Does that sound
Ah,
any more familiar?
yes, yes. No, that is good. The mounds and the three trees. That isn't exactly where you were. You were instead somewhere else. He kind of gets to his feet, grabs hold of his cane, hobbles over, and you see him go into his study, and you can hear him kind of totter around and grab things, and then you can hear like pens being pulled as he pops something off of the wall, and then carries in this kind of awkwardly carries in this bit of board that has a bunch of things stuck to it, which it has the map on it, and he shows you on the map, and he says, "You weren't here." He points at three trees. Instead, you were here. The three fallen trees of the horns. So he gestures towards the storm horns.
Wait, so the mound was a whole mountain?
No, the
Or is it just a place at like the base of the storm horns?
so the in your dream, you remember the walking up the steps, like the whole
Yeah,
bunch of
yeah,
steps
yeah.
you get up the top. That's walking up the side of the horns.
Oh, so you get to the top of the storm horns, and at the top of the storm horns were further mounds.
The mounds are a part of a monument. Here, there is a sign of a battle that happened. Oh, circa 700-ish. I don't know. I can look it up. There was a battle long ago when this region was still somewhat controlled by the giants, and there was a monument of that battle placed here with a bunch of things done for it, conquering dark things from below. And that place has been seen of all kinds of uses over the years, but the chieftains of Wormhall come here to ask permission, I guess is how I would say it, but they would say to prove themselves worthy in the face of their great ancestor. The orc chieftain that was present for this great battle has a statue in an alcove, and the people vying to be leaders, they go on this spiritual journey, or if there's uh, a, a calamity, a time of great stress of the peoples, they will make this pilgrimage, which is a great distance for the people of Wormhall, to the horns and do something to show themselves worthy of coming out of the other side of whatever mm, sociological crucible they're in. And if they are proven worthy through whatever means they've decided, then they head back as chieftain. Or if they perish on the journey, as the previous chieftain did, then it is seen as a sign of coming change. That whoever is to take up the mantle of chieftain after them is going to have to go in a very different direction than the previous chieftain, as they've been seen as unworthy of holding the mantle of leadership.
And I see. How much do you know about the stairs leading up to it?
Uh, he kind of totters over to one of the bookshelves. He looks around for a second and then he slides through a book, flips through it. Give me a second. Yes. Looks like the battle was somewhere circa 730, 740, somewhere in that region. And yes, monument was erected in the 780, 790, so somewhere in that region. Um, you can see him like flipping through the pages. I'm sorry. The question again. He's very quickly
There,
reading while you're talking to him.
there are stairs leading to the Three Trees Monument.
Ah, yes. So he turns the book so you can see it, and you see this monument. So there is a circular kind of plaza with tiles on the ground, and then there is like an obelisk, like a spike of stone sticking up out of the ground that has like scribbled, like it's not actually like a picture, like it's a drawing of it, so it doesn't,
Mhm.
can't read the scribbles. It's just kind of got scribbles on it that show that there's some sort of writing on the monument. And then there's the idea of there being like alcoves or stuff in the back, and then you can see next to it, not like actually next to it in the picture, but like another picture that's just on the page next to it, is a picture of 3 sets of stairs, small, medium, and large. And he, as he's showing you, the peoples that fought back the ones from below, that fought back the horrors of the Underdark, they were united people, giants. I believe from my research, mostly hill giants, um, and humans and other sorts of orcs, humanoid style people, people that are roughly the size of you and I. He points to the middle set of stairs, and a previous significant population of dwarves that were in the region, although most of them have moved to the west and are in the mountains themselves more than the other peoples. But the monument was built by the 3 races as a sign of community, a sign of working together, a symbol of their allegiance, which is, to my knowledge, it only lasted 30, 40, 50 years, something like that. Something that's long since passed by now. It's 1,000 years gone. Not that long, but it's been many, many years. And yeah, he closes the book.
And why might there be a 4th set?
I'm not sure. The oldest recollections of the monument don't have any mention of the mounds, although it is culturally important to the orcs, and the fact that there were or are 3 of them was very relevant. But I don't see any mention of them. And he shows you the picture again, and you see the place in the picture where the mounds should be. It kind of goes off the page, but you can see that there is kind of the edge of a mound on the page. So maybe the mounds were there, but at least whoever was drawing the picture didn't really consider it like important, I guess you could say. Like it was the edge
Mhm.
of the frame, so to speak.
Mhm.
He he takes the turns the page back around, and he kind of taps the book on his knee a little bit while he's thinking. Of all the ones mentioned, the one that led you to me, the vision through my eyes, obviously I had something to do with, but I had thought years ago that the monument must have some sort of connection to things. Um, the dates for the beginning storm and the dates of the monument, they do not match 1 to 1. But with oral histories and with a lot of things being lost over the centuries, things that are within, say, 10 or 20 years of one another, significant historical events can be seen as happening concurrently, where one person might remember it happening 10 years earlier or later isn't that unusual. And the beginning of the storm does happen sometime around the battle or the establishment of this monument in that rough region. But I couldn't find anything else to really tie them together and didn't really think much about it. But now that we have the place under control, you said your person went here and found a 4th mound and something happened to him as well?
It felt like there was some sort of betrayal occurring.
Huh.
Uh,
And your vision, did your person survive this process?
no, they their arm and leg was blown off, and they watched themselves bleed out to death. And a woman they were with essentially stabbed them in the back, even though they were already dying.
Well, I'm beginning to find the fact that I am one of your divination subjects significantly less academically interesting, with the propensity that these subjects have for perishing. There was maybe another dream story.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
You can tell the more that you're telling him these stories, there's a pretty high number of these people that die. So he's just getting, like, not all of them die, but he doesn't like how uncomfortably common it is. So he turns. The only person that hasn't told him one, I think it's Morin and Griffle.
I-
Morin did.
Morin
I did. Yeah.
So it's your Griffle.
So, so everybody else has then.
Yes.
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 All right. So, can you give me a quick description of Hadorai?
Sure. I'm sorry, we're not on the. Are we on the page anymore? Actually,
Yeah.
I was looking.
You should be able
I
to
should
sheet.
it up.
So I'll show the picture real quick. So I'm doing NPCs a little differently. So this is Hadorai. Hadorai is an Eladrin. He's still has a slightly youthful appearance in his face, but he's very clearly quite old. He walks with a cane. He's got a pretty significant limp. And I don't know if you're here for this part of the story, but he had a part of his thigh carved out of his leg, and it's like a big chunk of his thigh muscle is just missing. But he's has this sort of like casual, like lecturing tone of doing things. He seems to be very open to people, and he talks about Renata, the gnome that you guys met from the library, as a colleague. So he was a professor at the same university that Renata is a professor at.
Well, my vision was quite disturbing, quite gruesome. I was giving birth. I was some kind of noble lady, I think. And my husband was called. I'm finding notes.
Fine.
What's he called? Oh, I don't even know where my notes are. Lord Stoneface, or of Three Trees.
Yeah, so he, in the vision, it's kind of 3 different names. So she talks about how other people nickname her husband Lord Stoneface. But his name is Darkon.
Yes.
Or sorry,
Lord
Dacron.
Dacron, that's right.
It is
Lord
actually
Dacron of Three Trees, nicknamed Lord Stoneface. I don't know where I was, but I suppose it could have been Three Trees. And I was giving birth, and there was some kind of shade. Did I know it was a tiefling, by the way?
In the dream, the person doesn't know. You, out of the dream, know what a tiefling looks like.
Right, yep. There was some kind of strange-looking tiefling, sort of wraith-like, but still very solid, very much there, but looking strange, and she was frightened. I was frightened. I thought the baby was dying, and then something happened, and I think I died in the dream. I don't know if the baby survived or not.
I I was aware that Lord of the Stone Tree's wife, Lady Stone Tree, is with child. I I had not heard any other news. I I hope that that vision, like mine, is of someone that survives. But yes, Dacron Stone Tree is um, one of the three lords of the Epidemius three trees. Uh, it's him, Oil and Water Great Tree, which is an Eladrin, um, and Yggdrasil Tree, the three lords of the stone trees. And it is sad to hear if the lady or his child pass. You can tell Hatterai's like he was disturbed by some of the other ones, but like this seems to be someone that he actually knows. Um, maybe he doesn't know them like really all that well. He talks about he has not gone to Three Trees before, but you basically just told him, someone I know's like wife is going to lose a child and possibly die themselves.
Right.
Or actually, his interpretation is has lost a child.
So we don't know if this has happened yet or not.
We don't.
From the context that he's given, it sounds like some of the visions have happened because he talks about how Carr, the one of the orc chieftain, is next in line to be the chieftain because the older brother died.
Mhm.
And
So
do
that
we think
We confirmed that the vision that we had of him happened.
Yeah, because the thing he already talked about, how he wrote things down and heard the voice, and that was all in the past. And we went over the voice with him, so that one seems to have happened. Though we didn't ask how long ago.
I believe the vision that you saw of me was yesterday. I was attempting to comfort the boy Cicero. He was worried about his father's disappearance, something that I may have not put enough emphasis on myself. And I spent most of the evening up after drinking some of the old reserve, trying to work through things to little avail, but maybe some things can still be done.
Did you drink Stormhorn Gold?
I have, yes. And I had.
Oh, but not at the time of this.
So basically, he's saying that in the vision that Drock has, Hatterai does drink I think of Stormhorn Gold at the end.
Yeah.
And Hatterai is saying he doesn't really ever drink it. And because that is part of the vision, he's like, okay, well, that makes it clear that it was yesterday, it was last night. And Drock in the vision, or in Drock's vision, Hatterai was comforting Cicero, who is the blacksmith's son.
So that's interesting because this vision that I had was, how long ago was that? That was we spent 4 days since court, so 5 to 7 days ago. Is it, Gary?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the vision I had, when I had the vision, it was almost a week ago. And if it just happened last night, then the timing of these other visions could still yet to happen.
Yeah. So, and are we? Do we think that Philly's dream was him as Carr, who now is dead?
No. So
No, that's Sills.
So Carr was the assumption is that Syl was Carr and was poisoning his wife Mora.
Oh, but
The
so Sorry, but Car. Okay, but Car is the brother of the previous chieftain.
Correct.
And Philly, were you a chieftain?
I was a chieftain.
So do you
I
think you were
could beat up.
Sill's brother?
I don't know, but it seems possible.
Yes. So there's a set of brothers, both of which were in the visions. So Philly was the older brother of the chieftain, and his vision, the older brother dies, and then the Sill was the younger brother, Carr.
Okay, and Hatterai said that he knew that the older brother was dead. So Philly's vision has passed.
Correct.
So, okay. So I wonder if there's an order to these. Because, well, we had them simultaneously, right? Who had them in the first wave?
Me.
I did.
Yeah, you two were the first, right?
I thought it was
We 4 of
three,
us at least.
3 or 4
had
of us.
them together.
Chandra was there at that time, right?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Do we remember Chandra's dream from what he told us?
He didn't have one.
Never mind.
Not sent one.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
the Hatterai is going to add something in that you guys do not have, but it's useful for the discussion. Is he will say that the chieftain's name, the one that's dead, is Gelf.
He does know that he's dead.
Yeah. So when you were talking about it, Hatterai was talking about how when you were talking about Carr, he knows who Carr is.
Mm-hmm.
So he said Carr was going through the process of becoming the new chieftain because his brother at the beginning of the storm went off on a spirit journey and died. And so that he's seen as being unworthy. So his brother is Gelf, who was the previous chieftain. And when Gelf died on the spirit journey, where you go to there's some sort of trouble that the tribe is going through, you go to this place where your ancestors are, and you prove that you are worthy, and you get some sort of guidance to lead your people. If you die in that process, you are seen as unworthy, and whatever your plans were, whoever your successor is assumed to take like the opposite version. So it's seen as like a denying of whatever it is the plan was. So it's like, if the chief goes in and says, we're struggling here, we're at a fork in the road, we do not know whether we go left or right. I'm going to go to my ancestors and ask. And so he goes to his ancestors and says, do I go left or right? And then the ancestor kills him. And if he was promoting we should go left, the rest of the tribe is going to go home and say, cool, well, we go right. That's more or less what Hatterai describes.
Makes sense.
I see.
So the question then becomes, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? What questions do you have? You guys
So
got a lot of information, but not a lot of glowing quest arrows.
did we determine what in the timeline when people had their dreams?
Well, I know Drock, Philly, and Sill were early. And then I think I had mine after that. And then
So
you
my
guys,
notes,
yeah.
as far as the order of things go, as far as the order of delivery, at least. So Sill's happened first, or was you experienced the dream first, whether that's chronological or not is different. And then Drox was, oh no, so Sill first, Phil second, Drock third. And then fourth was one of many. Fifth was Brain, Griffle, and then last was Morin.
So Drock's dream we know has happened, which means if we're seeing at the exact same time, Philly and Sills have also happened.
So we could find out if, uh,
Yours has happened.
yeah, and also if Karth's wife is dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then we would know that that has happened.
But what does that give us
I
if
could
we
go
find
save
those
my
things?
I could go save my son.
Yeah, like there's gonna be a dragon attack and a leviathan attack.
I see.
But other than that, very little.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if they all have happened already, we still have almost no direction. So
Save the blacksmith.
my first thought was that we should go to the Stormhorns now.
To check out the
If we think that's
mounds.
Yeah,
if that's possibly the source of the storm.
because either there's 3 mounds and it hasn't happened, or there's 4 mounds and something crazy went on. Either way, that's kind of a neat concept.
Well, would this be the fourth storm?
Yes.
So like one mound per storm?
So is the storm causing the mound?
But the storm doesn't cause the mounds. He had a historical reason that the mounds exist.
Did he?
Did he?
Did he not?
No, he said they happen
like a
to
monument or
coincide, kind of, but it's just kind of not a coincidence, but they kind of happen at the same time. To me, it's like either the mounds cause the storm, or the storm caused the mounds. Like they're tied together somehow.
Well, the mounds and so the okay. So the monument is commemorating fighting back like evil from the Underdark.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
in the information that you guys have, Hatteride basically says the mounds are not treated as like important. Like it's next to this monument,
Yeah.
but the monument is the thing that people pay attention to.
Right. The mounds are not the monument. They were like barely in the picture. Or like one was barely in the
Okay,
picture.
so then maybe we should go check that out.
I feel like the Stormhorns is the most I don't know. It's like the next clue. Doesn't involve us fighting a dragon or a leviathan.
How far are
We've
the
already fought a few
Stormhorns?
dragons.
You guys said
it-
multiple things.
Zero drag.
If Gary would take us to the map, I can show you the exact distance.
It
Oh
looks
yeah,
to
I
be a
I
knew
couple
believe
that.
hundred
it would be
miles.
about 3 days travel, I think.
Or teleport. 10 minutes.
Yeah, again, it's yeah.
Yeah, it's like 3 days, almost 4.
Keep in mind it's like a little after midday now. Like you guys have been here for a while. Actually, Hatterai will be talking about how he's going to have to fix like a supper for himself and for everybody because it's mostly through the day because it's from where you land your ship to Emmett's Rest is also like it's like 20 miles. Like it's a decent walk. But yeah, so Stormhorns to Emmett's Rest to Stormhorns is 180 miles. It's a long distance.
Right, you said, Gary, about 50 miles would be what we would travel on the ship a day.
I think it's like
Or is
50
that?
miles. Yeah.
Or we could teleport.
Tell them we'll be back
We
by
could teleport.
back by evening with information about Storm, the mountains, and see how confused he is.
Yeah, so the ship can fly fully crewed with everything in place it can go 180 miles a day. With
Oh,
just
wow.
your group, you can make it 130 miles in a day.
Oh, so we get there in 2 days if we didn't want to teleport. Which we could teleport. Theoretically.
We might as well. We fixed the ship.
Can we math is not something I feel like checking into right now. We can teleport once a day pretty much without any big deal.
So, because like
With
2%.
the energy recover.
We get like 7 or 8% back a day now.
Oh, yeah. Sick. We
Yeah.
could be back before dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
after teleporting, you guys are at 34%. After taking your extra day, it's at 44%. So the ship can currently teleport without it being a huge expenditure of energy. I want to make sure I wasn't muted for that, but you heard the
Yes.
explanation of
Yep.
okay.
Mhm.
We're all just saying, thinking, contemplating, confused as normal.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to teleport to the Stormhorn and check that shit out.
I
Yeah.
agree. Are we visiting all the rod locations? Is that, I don't know. I feel like that might be,
That could be a thing we end up doing.
yeah.
I think we've decided that Griffle and I's characters are not worth saving.
That's not.
Aw.
You mean your
Ooh.
dream characters, right?
I thought
Yes.
the goal was to confirm whether or not this has happened.
Yeah.
Well,
th-
we
no,
know
that's
for
fine.
certain that yours have happened. So that's not why we're going to the Stormhorn.
Yeah, we're trying to get information about what the storm is and potentially stop it. Oh, I meant to ask the group, telepathically, I guess. My memory's terrible. Why did On send us here again?
To help find a seed of divinity or whatever it's called. That's what I assume it's called. Correct, Gary?
Correct. Yeah, you need to find some
Way to
Some-
become a god.
yeah, right. She wants to become a god, so she believes that there is some sort of divine nonsense happening here. So find a seed of some sort of divinity here.
What if I take the seed of divinity?
I think we might already have the Seed of Divinity.
She might
Oh, we
try
do
and kill
have
you.
a seed. Yeah, but I'll be a god.
Yeah, sure. Minor god might still be killable by On. You know,
Nothing bad can happen. So, yeah, I mean, as you guys are talking and discussing all this, Hatterai is going to try to, uh, try to have a little bit of small talk with you guys about what you're doing and things like that, and trying to offer help. He will say that I'm on familiar terms with the lords of the stone trees, and if this divination is likely to be true, and you believe that some of the things have not yet occurred, I can't really imagine how it would be a bad thing if I was able to warn the Lord of the Stone Trees that his wife might need additional um, attention for a difficult birth.
I'm not familiar with divination. How often can the future change?
I I do tend to not deal with those sorts of philosophical questions. I'm actually more concerned with the timing. If I am able to do ascending and ask after Lord Stone Tree and Lady Stone Tree, and I hear that there has been an unfortunate circumstance, I might be able to place this vision on your timeline. If I am able to find out that the birthing has not yet occurred, then maybe more practical use of that philosophical debate could occur. If there can be warning that this could be very dangerous, I would like to be able to help.
I mean, if you can do ascending to them and warn them, there's no real downside.
Unless the warning causes the.
That's a philosophical debate I'm not getting into.
So basically,
We've got our own trolley problem now. Oh no.
you guys sit and talk in his study. He's gonna go or in the main part of the like his I don't want to say his reception, his library sitting room. There we go. In his city, he's gonna go to his study and he's gonna do ascending.
Sorry, did we lose Foxy? I don't see her on the chat all of a sudden.
Yes, she had to leave.
Okay, no worries. I just looked over and
You're gonna say something, one?
Yeah. But it's about Foxy's dream. So, in her dream, there was a tiefling lady who it sounds like maybe was in the Shadowfell. That
Yeah, she says that the person that she was called it a wraith.
hmm. Like if Hatterai knows these guys, like is it known that they have an advisor or something? Like why would what would be a tiefling that they would be in dealings with? That seems a little weird.
So he would. This is part of sucks that Foxy's not here. He would ask more pointed questions. What does it look like? Things like that. And he would say, if this person that you saw was a tiefling, but their colors were wrong, they were washed out, they were a creature that seemed to be a sketch of one rather than a living and breathing person, and especially calling it a wraith means that it is likely connected to a troublesome individual in the Reach that collects uh, souls and those that are less fortunate and draws them to himself. He sends out people to make bargains, and when someone passes, is able to bring them back a. You can see him sort of shudder a little bit. Uh, a detestable sort, the type that preys upon the misfortune of others, but he has given a group of children a second life, I guess you could say, as being the brokers for bargains in Three Trees and the Newports and Wormhall and Hardholm. Luckily, we do not have one here, but they offer some sort of life ahead for those that have no way out. And if they accept it, they become his servants to continue his mission of binding things deeper into the shadows.
So is it common in Three Trees to have a broker at a birth just in case?
He shakes his head. No, it would be a very ill omen to have one, but from what I understand of their people, it would be an ill omen it would be a worse omen to turn one away. If one is there, they are seen as having some sort of divination of their own, precognition that there will be a death, and a death in such a way that their master will be able to bring that person back.
So then it does seem like if you send that sending, maybe we will be the cause of this tiefling being there.
But the tiefling being there might be good, not bad.
Well, I mean, it seems like pretty morally gray. I guess.
Yeah.
Guess it depends
It,
if you believe little baby souls go to heaven or if
Oh
it's
my
better for
god.
them to stay in the service of some sort of creepy soul broker guy for eternity.
I believe the struggle that most people in the north of the Reach struggle with, rather than that, is the question of whether the death attracts the wraith, or does the wraith attract the death?
And so tell us more about this person, this entity that,
Soul broker.
yeah.
I am not an expert, but I do know that he takes special attention for the Reach. This entire region is very active as far as the plains are concerned. There are planar boundaries here that are looser than they are in other places. There are certain, I guess you could say, socially frowned upon individuals that find this a good reason to be in the Reach. There is a knoll, someone that lives just outside of town, supposedly, although I believe he lives much farther in the fens than anyone is willing to admit. He does research in stepping between the planes, and while I am not saying that those sorts of things are inherently evil, he was able to help me place some of my keystones. It is something that should not be tampered with without great care. And people like him get their abilities heightened or can better understand things, or maybe they just don't have oversight here in the Reach. People asking them troublesome questions. So, Nasik, that is the Knoll's name. He is here in the Reach, but the Witch of the Fens, should it exist, if it is a person and not a spirit or some other sort of phenomenon, it too is here because the boundaries in the Reach are mutable. More concerned with the boundaries between the wilds and our prime plane. But this other one, this broker of souls, as you have correctly called him, he's tied to the Fell, and very closely tied. I believe some of his dealings here are because of the reverse. This place is tied very closely to the wilds, and so it is very loosely tied to the Shadow's Fell. And this Shadow Mantle, he is able to do terrible things across the plains, reach out and destroy souls and lives. And I think that these bargains are some sort of test, some sort of groundwork he's laying for what is next to come.
I look pointedly at Morin.
Morin just like complete stone face, nothing.
Yeah, no reaction.
So yeah, he's basically saying lots of people are here doing lots of weird shit. This guy is one of them.
Is there any reason you could think of that all of this is happening at once?
Power. I think that's the primary cause of things. I would need to know more about the specifics, but when the storms come, when the rains begin to fall, there is life, energy, magic. The fens hum with power. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of life bursting from the seams. I saw Nasik at the beginning of things, and he assured me that this was only happening on the Prime, but that the other two realms, they react to the power here. I think it would be foolishness to think that something that is on the scale of these storms, that affects both the wilds and the Fell, even when the rain does not fall in either of those places, would have drastic impacts on the world where the rain actually falls. He sort of smacks his lips and says, If you are to go to the Stormhorns, and if you are going to go cross the fens yourself, if you have any hope of making it there in short order, you may need someone like Nasik to guide you. I'm probably
You'd
doing
be
a bad
surprised how resourceful you are.
I was trying to think how to say that.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of I have a hard time saying this because I did practice it a lot, but I practice it when I can actually talk correctly. But ideally, when he's talking there, his voice is when he talks about this other person, his voice gets a little harsher. He's not as slow spoken. He's not as eloquent
What
when he's
kind of
talking about Nasik.
what kind of name is Nasik?
That is a great question for a streetwise check. 1 second. Actually, go ahead. You'll know if you know or not. So streetwise, please.
Nasik. That sounds like a primordial name.
Hold,
So streetwise check. You will get very quickly that uh, Michael 100% set me up for this, but you know that to a casual listener, to someone who doesn't know primordial, they would assume Nasik is a primordial name. But Nasik in primordial has like like an everyday meaning. So Nasik is I think it's either table or chair. I've forgotten now, but it's like a piece of furniture. So you wouldn't name someone chair. So there is a word in primordial that does sound like it. However, it is a different word, and while you don't know the word, the language you do know is that it's in Abyssal, which is in the same script as Primordial, but it's a different language, and it is the language of Knolls.
okay.
So yeah, so he says, if you're gonna head across, you're gonna need, you might need help from a guide. And while he doesn't like the guy, this Nasik would be a good choice for a guide.
I did actually say you'd be surprised how resourceful we are.
Yeah, and that's basically Hatterize. Yeah, he's basically he recognizes you guys are adventurers, or that's what he's viewing you as. So he's like, all right, well, yeah, I'm not saying you have to, just he talked
Okay,
about
Gary,
how
I want to clarify that in the game we have the map I am looking at.
correct.
Okay. I do actually take note that Hazelborn has a question mark next to it. And I would ask, I would be like, we have to cross the Finn, and I noticed that we've looked at a map of this, and seems to be an unknown place in the middle of it called like Hazelborn or something. Is that
Yes,
something you've heard of?
the cultural center for Heiseborn is not a place you can put onto the map. It will be in a specific location, but it changes every few seasons. It's the primary spawning pools and pits of the Bulog.
Excuse me?
It's the spawning pools and pits of the Bulog people.
What's a
Uh,
Bulog?
Those are the guys
They,
who took him earlier. Remember his story?
yeah. So
Oh, yes. Got it.
he says that if you ask, more detailed of who they are, he says they are a tribe of people. They live in the fens and venerate the witch of Fangrove. I
Mm.
believe they tolerate Nasik's presence for one reason or another.
What does a Bulog look like?
They can physically be a little bit more varied than a traditional humanoid, but they could be anywhere between 3 and 9 or 10 feet tall. They have roughly frog like characteristics and carry with them a rancid smell. They are primitive in some ways, but that might make you underestimate them, that they are significantly advanced in others. They do not really care much for metals and armor and things of that nature. They degrade very quickly in the swamp. Most of their weapons and implements and tools are made of things like bone that will not degrade over time. And their specialties and knowledges are in plants and toxins and magics and use of the Force Primeval, which they, of course, see as a way to venerate their witch master.
Does
Mm.
the Witch of the Fens have any other names that she is known by?
I have. He goes and he flips through like a couple of things on his bookshelf, pulls out a book. I've heard a few names over the years, uh, but it sort of depends on the culture and the people that are talking about her. The Witch of the Fangro Fen is the most, I guess you could say, official name that she tends to be known by. But the Ban is another one that is much older. He flips open the book, and this one doesn't look like a lot of other books that are on his shelf. This one you can see as soon as he opens it up is in Elven, and it is in that very distinctive handwriting of his. So this is more like a detailed journal than it is like a book by somebody else. So you see he's flipping through the pages. Yes, yes. So I looked into this when I was first thinking about staying here. I believe she or it is actually one of the Ban, an ancient spirit. I'm not sure if the spirit is alive or dead, but they are a powerful wilds spirit, or at least a wilds connected spirit. And it's gone by many names over the years, but and he kind of gestures at the page where you can see just a ton of notations of names. So I can give you the full list of the names, but
Mhm.
the Witch of the Fangro Fen, and there's a couple of other ones in different languages, but he'll basically say a lot of them translate to the Witch of the Swamp or the Swamp Witch.
Mhm.
Um, and then the one that he put special note of is uh, that a lot of the second category of names that call her the Barrow Witch or the Haunt of the Barrows
Mhm.
come from this older term. He says, from the people that were here before, the stuff that I have from the giants, they talk of her as the Banshee, the the screamer of the barrows, the wailer of death.
Mhm. Okay.
Huh?
I said, okay.
So I'm sure that was information that made you want to go and say hi, but so we're getting close to the end of session. Do you guys have anything you want to ask about or do or say before we kind of get closer to the end of kind of the wrap up time?
Uh,
Uh,
Seeing as I'm still super confused, I just straight out ask, how do I, if you were to try and end the storm, what would you do next? What do you think we should do in regards to this?
He shrugs and says, I just have too many questions. I wish I could walk and go and talk to people to see what is happening concurrently in different places instead of relying on. He gestures towards the wall with all the books in it. Tales that are passed down from generations, or even mouth to mouth, or written down weeks, years after the storms. I don't have the ability to leave here, not really. But if I could go to some of the other places in the Reach and see what they are experiencing, maybe I could put some of the pieces of this puzzle together. There are so many questions that I have that I have never been able to get satisfactory answers to.
Ooh,
Oh, you mean an
wow.
NPC wants to join our party for once?
What a guy. Wait, he didn't say he wants to.
I think he
He
might like to.
specifically
He
said he
might like
couldn't leave.
Yeah, but that's because he thinks he can't
well,
walk. We have an
he's
airship.
like, I don't wanna go across the fucking Fangrove Fin. We're not going
Yeah.
across
Or
the
can
fin.
or is it because he's basically a leader in the village? I don't know. We could ask.
Well, there's a lovely lady who has a little jealousy towards him, so if he was gone for a little bit, she might be happy with that, you know.
I think we could offer.
Gary, can I ask him a question?
Sure. I mean,
Mr. Hatterite, does your last name mean something?
yes. I am. Well, I wasn't born into the Eloriandir, but I am a storied member and someone who has been, I believe, a productive member of the family. We are, I guess you would consider it more of an order of scholars, but for me, it's a family of scholars that try to put great works into the world, that try to expand our knowledge and understanding. We look to plant things that will extend far into the future. Uh, a seed planted by an Eloriandir may not ever flower and grow, and there may not be shade yet under the branches of the one who planted it, but maybe someone in the future will benefit from what we can lay down here and now.
Mm. Well, that team, would we like to help him plant some seeds?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Drock,
Yeah. No, I said sure. Yeah.
would you like to ask him? He'd like to come along.
Sure. Hadorai, if we could provide a means of safe travel across the Reach and to do some of the things you're after, would you care to join us?
I'm sorry, my adventuring days are behind me. I would only slow you down. Even if you left now, it could take we could take a week, more, 2 weeks to make it across the fence to even begin to answer questions.
If we could make it faster, which we can, would you be willing to join?
What exactly are you proposing?
We have an airship that would make it much easier to cross the fens and get where we need to go.
An airship? Well, if you are asking me if I wish to fly and make my way to find answers for myself, he puts down the book that he was holding, and you see him grab down on the bottom shelf, and he grabs hold of a book that looks like it hasn't been taken off the shelf in 20 years. And he slides it out, cracks the spine of it on his knee, and then when he opens it up, you can see that the entire interior of the book has nothing written in it. It's a blank book with a heavy binding. Then I would say I have questions. And I'd want to know why there's no Leviathan in the lake.
That is a great question.
Why would there be a Leviathan in the lake? I don't know. I'm not actually asking that. I'm just what?
Every time we think we're getting somewhere, it's just like curveball.
My goodness.
So the answer you're going to get from Hatterai is basically if you say that you can get him from A to B and that you can keep him safe, he is 1000% on board for that plan. Like,
We can guarantee the first. The second one is up in the air.
Well, let's.
If he stays on the
It's
ship,
probably safer on the ship than it is in our dreams. So,
yeah.
Oh no, are we going to be the reason he dies?
well, we haven't seen it yet.
but yes, so his answer is, he can't really walk. He doesn't have the ability to really go around and do stuff. So if you guys are going to be able to help him get from A to B and he can go and like find out stuff, like that was what he was beforehand. So if he can go and research and find out information for things, he is 100% going to take you up on the offer to go with you.
This is a good resource to have while we are in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll be back to pick you up later.
Do we want to come back for him or just bring him?
I think we take him now.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't want him to have to walk 20 miles to the ship.
That is
Well,
going to be the next question. It's going to be without
Well,
using.
you got a nice little bowl you can carry him in.
Well, that's true. We could stick him on a disc.
Yeah, I was going to say without using the disc and doing something to make him somewhat comfortable on said disc, it's going to be very difficult to get him to the ship because I mean, like he has a hard time walking around in his house.
Yeah, we'll stick him on the disc.
Also, Plucky has like a Jarvis function. She can like show up.
So, Griffel will let you know that if you want, she can command the ship to come to you. Like, if you want the ship to come here, she can do that.
So I'll ask Hatterai. The ship we have is needs to be kept fairly secret. We don't want word out that we have access to this ship at the moment.
At the moment.
At the moment, maybe ever. Is there a safe place close to town where we could meet up, or should we be bringing you to the ship, which we can coordinate as well?
Yeah, this is at the end of the day a small town. If you bring an airship here, everyone will remember it. Basically, he's saying if you bring the ship anywhere near town, nobody's brought an airship here before. Like people are going to talk about it. Like if you're okay with people talking about it, fine. But an airship flew into town and took the village elder.
Yeah.
Is going to be something that people are going.
For some reason, I'm just picturing another judge showing up.
Right.
And him being very unfriendly to the populace.
Yeah. I think we will need to coordinate a plan to bring you to the ship, which is a little ways to the east.
Well, that's where we'll end session and begin next time of
Gary,
what you do
I have a
with the old
general
man.
question.
Yeah.
The judge we fought on our ship.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this is a question for Syl, but through Syl, you. Is there different levels of judges?
Syl knows the answer to this.
Do I?
And the secondary question is, if yes, what level of judge did we fight?
I do not recall the answer to this question. I apologize.
Oh, it's fine. So he is a relatively new judge, but he's also someone who had a pretty brain. He was known for being a powerful combatant. Like he was known for being really good in a fight, but he's also still he's a fairly new judge.
I also feel like he has not been the hardest fight we've dealt with.
No.
Yes, but what I've insinuated in my brain about judges is that they are sort of investigators or something. And if they were to come to this town and they had information on us, the town would no longer exist.
Yes, I definitely think it's safest to keep the ship, especially because it is a very it stands out. It is not a normal airship. We should keep it hidden.
I agree.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Cool. Well, that's where we'll start next session on. And if you guys have questions or do stuff between session, and I might have more commentary from Griffle in between sessions, we can kind of go for it. I'm excited.
Awesome. All right.
Awesome.